Good afternoon. Can I now invite the member from Bontown West to grace us with prayers?
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, you said where 2 or 3 are gathered in your name, there will be. Thank you for bringing us here today. Please allow us to give us the right guidance and the right direction so we can make the best interest, in best interest for our people in our country. In your precious name of Jesus, amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. I would like to call this meeting of the Finance Committee to order. The House is now in committee. It is now, as you would appreciate, in full financial mode. The purpose of this meeting of the Finance Committee is to consider the items shown on this schedule, which have been circulated to the appropriation financial years 2024-2025 bill 2023. Given that the number of members of the Parliament is 19, the quorum of this Finance Committee is 10, excluding myself as chair. The committee is now quorate, so we can proceed with this meeting. I'm once again appealing that questions are asked promptly without long preambles. I believe that more questions can actually be asked if the preambles are minimized. I ask for members' cooperation in therefore asking the questions promptly to expedite the process, but that's so that all can have a fair hearing. I understand that members will wish to explain why they are asking the questions, but explanations do need to be kept at a minimum. Approval for the items of the schedule to the bill. In accordance with Standing Order 643, I shall ask members' approval for a particular item by posing the question. As is done in the House, we would say all those in favour to the item, please say so, and standing part of the schedule to the bill, and those against, no. The financial results for the financial years ending the 31st of December 24 and 25. The core government forecasts a net operating surplus of $43 million and $53.2 million, respectively, which can be found on Table 3, page 37, in the Plans and Estimate document for 24 and 25. The financial results for the financial years ending the 31st of December 24 and the 31st of December 25 incorporate the appropriation changes that are laid out in the said bill. At this time, I will invite the Financial Secretary, Mr. Ken Jefferson, to further elucidate on the financials. Mr. Jefferson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all honourable members of the committee. Right now, the Accountant General is distributing quite a large document, which I would ask that we just pause until every member has a copy in front of them. Should take no longer than a minute or so. That is the bundle that I would wish to speak to, Madam Chair. So if just a few more seconds, I think we would be able to commence. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that all honourable members have a copy in front of them, I'd just like to start with drawing honourable members' attention to the Plan and Estimates document, which is the most popular, most referenced document. The Plan and Estimates document, section of which contains the financial statements within that document. And so if we look at page 364 of that document, 364 of the Annual Plan and Estimates document, we will see what is described as a statement of financial performance. And the purpose of me speaking, Madam Chair, is to elaborate a little bit on the estimates that are provided in this document for the current 23 year and 24, the budget for 24 and the budget for 25. So what honourable members will see on page 364 for the current year, the 2023 financial year, which will end on the 31st of December, we will see our forecast there for this year. So the top section of the document on this page shows that we expect to get about $1.034 billion in total revenue. And that is broken down into the very first line, coercive revenue, $965.6 million from coercive revenue. Sales of what is described as sales of goods and services, $40.9 million. Investment revenue of $26.6 million. And donations and other revenue together about $997,000, so almost $1 million. Expenses, Madam Chair, is in the next section, and in total we're expecting around, this document shows $1.011 billion for operating expenses for the year, broken down into, I won't go through all the categories, starting with personnel costs of $424.5 million, supplies and consumables of almost $151 million, etc. So I want to comment, Madam Chair, first on what we feel are certainly realistic, fairly realistic numbers for 2023, and then to comment on 24 and comment on 25. What honourable members also have in front of them on the tabloid document that was given out to them is a historical, I think, and I'm referring to this big document, honourable members, is a historical look at how revenues and expenses, borrowings, GDP, debt to GDP, capital expenditure, how that has moved over a considerable period of time. Going back to the far left of the document on the very first page to 1213, that would be the year ended the 30th of June 2013, and moving all the way through to the right to we actually show in a column towards the right the actual results from January to the 30th of November of this year. So when as a tidbit of information for honourable members, when the plan and estimates document was compiled, was constructed, we actually used, in doing so, we used January through September actual results, actual revenues, actual costs. So we have 9 months of actuals and 4 months of a pure estimate within this document. What all the members will see beforehand, or before them, is we now have actual results to the end of November. So 11 months into the year, we now have actual results. So they should be, if you like, just as superior or better than the plan and estimates document. So going back to the big schedule that honourable members have just received, we see that, for example, in the year ended June 13, the very first column, the operating revenues for that period was $622 million. And down beneath it, the operating expenditures for that year was $565.7 million, given a surplus of $56 million for the year. And honourable members in their time can go along, going from year to year to year. Where we are now is that at the end of November, this is towards the far right of the page, we see that the actual revenues to 11 months ended the 30th of November was $977 million. And beneath that, in the operating expenditure section, those total almost $905 million, so 904.845. So at the end of November, there was a surplus of around $72 million in central government. The projection to the next column to the right of that shows what the plan and estimates document are showing, which is what we see happening for the entire year. So for the entire year, we see revenues expected to be $1,034,135,000. So we are currently at the end of November, revenues of $977 million. The projection is to get to $1,034,000. So we need, in the month of December, we need approximately $57 million to reach that target, that projection. So $57 million in the month of December revenue will give us the projection for the entire year. The page that follows the first page then shows what the revenues in the month of December has been for the last 5 years or so. So we see that in the month of December 2022, the revenues received in that month were $79 million. And in December 21, it was $73 million. And 2020 was $107 million. And 2019, it was $74 million. And 2018, it was $83 million. So we certainly believe on, that 5-year period, that when we are now projecting that we need $57 million to get to our target for revenue, we feel that should be certainly achievable. And if anything, it could be slightly understated. It's possible that our revenue projections could actually exceed the $1,034,000. So we feel fairly confident, fairly good about the revenue projection of $1,034,000,000 for 2023. And on the expenditure side, as I said, we are currently at the end of November of $905 million, and we are projecting, and I'm referring back to the cover page, if you like, we are projecting $1,011,000,000. So that movement would be $106 million in operating expenditures in the month of December to arrive at that $1,011,000,000 of operating expenses. And so how reasonable is the $106 million of operating expenditures for the month of December? Again, just by way of illustration and putting it into context, if we were to turn the page again, we will see the operating expenditures that have taken place for the month of December in the past 5 years. So the most recent one, December 2022, the operating expenditures were $94 million for that month. So we are comparing these with the 106 or so that we need to reach our target. It was $94 million in December 22. In December 21, it was $146 million in that month, $136 million in 2020, $82 million in 2019, and $99 million in 2018. So again, we feel pretty certain, pretty reasonable that our operating expenditure number of $1,011,000,000 is a fairly good number. I should point out to honorable members that in the 2023 projection for personnel costs, so I'm back on the cover page again, The projection for personnel costs for 2023 is $424,531,000. I can say immediately to honorable members that that does not include $7 million, $7.1 million that the government would have paid out during the month, as already happened, during the month of December, $7 million for the stipend of $1,500 per civil servant. And there were approximately 4,733 civil servants that received that $1,500 for a total of $7.1 million. So the $424 million in personnel costs shown here, you would need to add another 7.1 onto that. But we feel fairly confident that the projected surplus of $22.7 million is not in any great danger of even going into a deficit or anything of the sort, because our actual revenues may in all likelihood be greater than the $1,034,000,000. So we feel fairly confident about the 2023 projection, and we should, if we've got now 11 months of actuals. So if we move to, almost finished, Madam Chair, about this explanation. But if I stay on the very first cover page, it has, like I say, hopefully useful information for honorable members. It gives the number of employees, civil servants, as another example of a piece of information, that there were 3,601 civil servants at the end of June 2013, and that has grown to December of this year. We paid out we paid out to 4,733 civil servants. So the size has obviously grown to reflect the services which the government has put forward that it wants to do on behalf of the public, and so that number has actually grown. It also shows the borrowings that have taken place in year, starting from June 13 all the way through, and it shows that in 2024 and 2025 the proposed borrowings are 27 million and 123 million, for a total of 150 million between the 2 years. It also shows the government debt, the end of year debt at different points during this period. So June 2013, the 30th of June 2013, the government's debt was $573.8 million. At the end of 2022, moving to the right, it was $506 million in debt, and with the proposed $150 million in total, also taking into account the repayments of borrowings that will take place, as well as the borrowings themselves, the repayments, then we expect at the end of 2024, the government debt would be $430 million, and at the end of 2025, because you're going to propose to draw down $123 million in 25, the debt would rise to, end of year debt would rise to $495 million. The schedule on the first page, cover page, Madam Chair, also shows debt to GDP ratios, starting with June 2023, where it was 16%. The lowest, Madam Chair, the lowest debt to GDP occurred in 2021, when it was 4.4%. But the debt to GDP ratios have been fairly modest over this period of time, and consistently, apart from a few years, consistently under 10%. The very last section of the cover page, Madam Chair, shows the cash flows, the cash outflows from capital investments that the government plans to do. And so honorable members will see towards the right that for the period 11 months to November, the government had spent close to $110 million. So the schedule shows at the very bottom line, highlighted in brown, $109.877 million was the investments on the capital side made by the government. 83 million of which was into government projects themselves, and then a further, then the other $26.7 million was given to the statutory authorities and government companies to help them with, for example, debt repayments and their operating losses. So together, they were like $110 million at the end of November is what has been the cash outflow from capital investments. The budget projection, the number to the right of it, for this year is $120 million. So implicitly, it's saying another $10 million to go in December to get to the 120. At the end of October, Madam Chair, the capital outflow was about $100 million. So we've gone October, $100 million, November, $110 million, and then the projection is to December of $120 million. And then, Madam Chair, the capital expenditure in 24 and 25 investments together, the 161 million, the 118 million together is close to 280 million in capital for the 2 years combined. So, Madam Chair, if I, in the last few minutes, if I go back to 23 versus 24 versus 25, and I still stay on this very front cover that was given out to honorable members, the projection for 23 revenue of $1,034 million. The 24 projection is $1,095 million. So that change is an extra $60 million in revenues between the 2 years. Is that reasonable? Madam Chair, you would have, and the House would have heard during the debate that government plans to introduce revenue measures that are expected to yield $52 million. So of the movement of 60, that is coming about as a result of deliberate action by the government, which is expected to yield about 52 million in 2024. So the 60 million increase seems reasonable and seems realistic. If we move from 24 projection on revenue of $1,095 million to 25 projection, which is $1,136 million, that's about another $42 million in movement upwards still. And I would say that the government also detailed the revenue measures planned to have 80 million in 25, but 52 million of it was coming from the previous year, so about 28 million additional into 25. So 28 million incremental new revenue in 25 over and above what it was in 24 versus the 41 million. Economic growth, Madam Speaker, should enable us to go from the 28 to the 40 million of additional revenues. Similarly, Madam Speaker, on the operating expenditure side, we're going from a possible $1,011 million for 23 to $1,051 million in 24. So a jump of $40 million in that year. And from 2024 to 2025, operating expenditures going from $1,052 million to $1,083 million, so a further $31 million increase there. The lion's share, as we all know and heard, Madam Speaker, of the operating expenditure comes from our personnel costs line, which is approximating about 50% of our total operating expenditures for the year. So, Madam Chair, I hope that that information given to honourable members would provide some useful historical context and would reasonably assure them that the projections are fairly, if I can use that word again, fairly reasonable, and we certainly would be monitoring the actual performance over the period of the 2 years. And as you know, Madam Chair and honourable ministers in particular and official members, the monthly cabinet notes that you see in cabinet comparing actual performance to budgeted performance, that has to be monitored carefully to make sure that we are hitting these targets, projections. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, FS, for contextualizing the reasonableness of these projections for 24 and 25. We will now look at the appropriations for the years ending 31st of December 24 and 25. These explanatory details commence on page 63 of the P&E document. We will consider the appropriations for the Minister of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency. And I'll now call upon the Honourable Minister responsible for that ministry. We will start with Output Group SCR1 on page 189, 190. Policy advice to the Minister on the development and coordination of sustainability and climate resiliency initiatives for the year 2024, 4,069,415. The year 2025, 4,310,863. The floor is open. The Honourable Minister from Bordentown West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just off the bat, the first thing that jumped out was I noticed that the forecasted expenditures for this year, well, for next year, is actually decreasing by over $1.5 million. And I also noticed in the budget statement, which is on page of 239 of the budget statement document, that the full-time equivalent staff employed is going from 93 forecast for 2023 to 71 in 2024 and 72 in 2025. So I'm just trying to understand the reduction of those 22 staff, or is that they being moved elsewhere, or just get a better understanding?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, just crave your indulgence for a moment, please.
Absolutely. Minister, you can invite the Chief Officer to get a chair in closer proximity to you, and at your convenience you can refer questions there if you so desire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to answer the member's question. The decrease in fees is a result of the transfer of personnel from HMCI and Weather Services, which has been transferred over to another ministry, as well as the decrease in just wanted to confirm, decrease in professional fees throughout the negotiations of the project.
Are there any other questions? If not, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule to the bill being described as SCR1, $4,069,415 for 2024 and $4,310,863 for 2025. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. SCR 3, Environmental Services and Research, $6,381,713, $6,731,019, found on page 191 and 192, and I believe the Honourable Minister has an EPF resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move a motion in regards to disbursements from the Environmental Protection Fund. I'll go ahead and read it. Whereas the Environmental Protection Fund was created on 10th December 1997 by Government Motion Number 1497 for the purpose of defraying expenditure incurred in protecting and preserving the environment of the islands. And whereas it is required that disbursements from the fund may only be made in accordance with resolutions made by the Finance Committee and under the authority of the Minister for Finance for the purpose of defraying expenditure incurred in protecting and preserving the environment of the islands. And whereas at 31st October 2023, the balance of the fund was CI $51,349,014.62. And whereas the government is seeking approval in the 2024-2025 budget period for the amounts shown in Appendix B, totaling $14.5 million, that represent expenditures to be incurred with respect to protecting and preserving the environment of the islands, being met by disbursements from the fund. And whereas the government is seeking to unencumber all previously approved but unspent approvals from the fund, be it now therefore resolved that the previous EFP resolutions to disperse amounts from the fund as shown by Appendix A be now unencumbered, totaling $38,518,611 that were previously encumbered since 10th December 1997, but which remain unspent and uncommitted as of 30th November 2023. 2. The expenditures shown by Appendix B, totaling $14,512,732 that are expected to be incurred in the 2024-2025 financial years, to be recognized as being in the interest of protecting and preserving the environment of the islands. And 3. The Minister of Finance be authorized to disperse up to $14,512,732 as shown by Appendix B from the Environmental Protection Fund to cover expenditures to be incurred with respects to the matters on the overleaf schedule.
The motion has been duly moved. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak thereto?
No, Madam Chair.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just looking at it, the 13.1 million that you're seeking now to appropriate for 2024 and 25, 100% of that is going to be covering the spending that you're seeking approval from SCR 3. Is that correct?
That is correct, Honourable Member.
Okay. And then seeking an additional 1.4 million for remediation work on the landfill?
That is also correct.
Madam Speaker, I think it would be useful for us to know what some of the activities are in terms of environmental services and research that would be covered by this expenditure.
Honourable Minister.
I just asked the member to give me a moment. Through you, Madam Chair, the funds that the member...
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. These funds are being allocated to the Department of Environment for their operational cost.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Forgive me if I say I'm a little bit confused then, because I thought that would be where SCR1 is, where a lot of the operational costs and staffing costs would be.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, while the Ministers consult and refer Chief Officer, perhaps the Honourable Attorney, Financial Secretary, could draw your attention to the 2 pages in the associated documents, which help to elucidate it a bit more.
Sure.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is just a little bit more information, a deeper level to what the Honourable Member has just asked. So we are now questioning the output group SCR3. And when we look in the annual plan estimates on page 192, we see that those numbers there relate to a grouping of what is described as ENV14, ENV15, etc. So those have been grouped together to produce the 6+ million on the schedule. But if we go to a separate budget document, what is entitled budget statements, and go to the Ministry of Sustainability, there's several of these. There's 4 of these volumes of budget statements, but the one that contains Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency, if you were to go there, on page 246, starting on that page, there's a little bit more information as to what the costs are. So, as an example, on page 246, the individual output ENV14, which is called Environmental Policy Advice, the description talks about developing, recommending, implement national policies to protect the environment and resources, as well as fulfill the provisions of multilateral environmental agreements, and so forth. I don't know if the Honourable Minister or her staff could add to that, because it goes through to ENV 1522, which is conservation of marine species and habitat. ENV 23 is conservation of terrestrial species and habitats. ENV 24 is marine pollution response. So that's at a fairly high level of detail. I don't know if that will suffice the Honourable Member.
That gives me good enough idea, sir. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, did you wish to add, or can we put the question? Oh, sorry, Mr. Hugh. Minister Hugh. Honourable Minister.
I was just going to say that the member seems satisfied with the response from the Financial Secretary.
Mr. Hugh.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just having a quick look at the appropriation 2022-2023 versus 24-25. Looks like we had about a 600,000 increase in 24 and 2024, and a 800,000 increase, just under 800,000 increase in 2025. But then when I look at the plan and estimates, I don't see anything additional. I guess all of the estimates seem the same. So just wondering if there's a reason, any other reason for the fairly decent increase in those appropriations.
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to seek clarification from the member. Are you still referring to the motion?
My apologies. No, I was. Sorry, my apologies. No, I was not in a motion. I guess we were just because we were talking about the funding. So I can wait until we get to the appropriation.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or debate on the motion? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, their member behind you, had my eye. You want to give way? Or okay, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. He gave way to you, so.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cockernell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm sorry and apologize for my confusion. So we've moved a disbursement motion for the environmental fund. I'm correct. And then this is an outline of what the 14 million is going to be spent on. Is that, am I correct in that?
What, this? Yeah. So, thank you, Madam Chair. So to answer the honourable member, if we look at the very first resolve number 1, it's speaking to $38.5 million, and the request is that be unencumbered, so be freed up and available for any subsequent decisions that the Finance Committee agrees to with regards to its use. The $38.5 million, Madam Chair and Honourable Member, is then broken down on the next page, which is Appendix A. And what that is saying, Madam Chair, is that, for example, connected with the now Ministry of District Admin and Lands, in the first shaded area, subtotal $12,958,231, that the numbers above that represents, if you like, unspent amounts that the Finance Committee had previously granted approval to take from the EPF, but they remain unspent, and there is no likelihood of them being spent again. And the request, therefore, is that this first section is almost 13 million, that the Finance Committee now agrees that 13 million becomes free for use, because CFOs, chief officers, have indicated that they have not placed any amounts in the 24 and 25 budgets to use on these particular projects again. So, and if you go through that process, the presently encumbered funds total the $38,518,611 over different ministries and portfolios relating to different projects that Finance Committee had approved in past years, and these remain unused. So resolution, the first resolve is we have $38.5 million in the EPF that were previously encumbered for particular usage, and the indication from CFOs and chief financial officers and chief officers is that we're not going to likely to use that $38.5 million, and so it can become free for subsequent projects that the Finance Committee may resolve. And then resolve number 2 comes along and says, okay, I want to use 14.5 million of it. I want to remediate 1.4. So we then move to Appendix B, which is the last page. And it then says what the committee is being asked to do is to approve $1.4 million to be used on landfill remediation, and a total of $13,112,732 relating to appropriation SCR 3, which is relating to the Department of Environment. Those 24 and 25 year costs together is the 13.1 million. So the whole resolution is asking that the Finance Committee agrees to, if you like, in loose terms, layman terms, free up $38.5 million and for the committee to agree to use 14.5 out of it.
Thank you for the explanation. Through you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Colonel.
Thank you again for the explanation. So we're freeing up $38 million, and we're going to spend and approve $14 million out of that to be spent, and that will be the net amount that is left in the environmental fund.
I think, Madam Chair, it's roughly what the honourable member has said is roughly right. But if it there's a whereas section that says, as at the end of October 2023, the balance on the fund was $51,349,014.62. So that's the total balance in the fund, of which 38 million had been tied up and couldn't be spent. So we're always dealing with 51,349,014 as the total balance. 38.5 million of it had been encumbered and couldn't be used. We're now coming along and saying, free up the 38 million, and we only want to use 14.5. So if we use the 14.5 immediately today, it would be a question of, the balance then would be 51.3, subtract 14.5, and that would be what remains.
So at the end of the day, we have approximately $37 million left in the fund. Yeah,
That is correct.
Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the explanation.
Can I just say, by way of procedure, although it's customarily for motions to be debated, because this is an important mote, I've exercised a wide discretion for questions to be asked, because it is in the interest of not only the committee members, but the wider public to understand exactly what we're doing with these monies. Any other debate? Or I'll ask the Honourable Minister if she wishes to exercise the right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No need for a right of reply.
The question is that be it therefore resolved that 1, the previous EPF resolutions to disperse amounts from the fund as shown by Appendix A being now unencumbered, totaling $38,518,611 that were previously encumbered since the 10th of December 1997, but which remain unspent and uncommitted as of 30th of November 2023. 2, the expenditures shown by Appendix B, totaling $14,512,732, that are expected to be incurred in 2024 and 2025 financial years, to be recognized as being in the interest of protecting and preserving the environment of these islands. And 3, that the Minister for Finance be authorized to disperse up to $14,512,732 as shown by Appendix B from the Environmental Protection Fund to cover expenditures to be incurred with respect to the matters on the overleaf schedule. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly passed. We'll now turn our attentions back to SCR 3, Environmental Services and Research, $6,381,713 for 2024, $6,731,019 for 2025. Information may be found on page 191 and page 192. Are there any questions on this item? Honourable Mr. Saunders.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just looking at the description on page 191, there where it speaks about reviews of planning applications, roughly between 100 to 700 per year for 2024 and 2025, and also the supervision of environmental impact assessments, roughly 1 to 6, between 1 and 6 for 2025. With regards to the planning application, I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what reviews of planning application they typically look at. And I want to ask that in light of, I guess, the recent court issue.
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just didn't hear the last bit. What issue did you?
Basically, no, the court issue between the planning, because I'm trying to understand the relationship. While I do understand environment and everything else is important, and there's no doubt about that, but also the planning authority or the CPA also has a job to do. And I'm just trying to understand, because I'm looking at this amount and 700 reviews and looking at the number of planning application I think that happened in 2023. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what's normally the process, where this kicks in terms of the whole planning process.
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Madam Chair, if you will oblige, I will ask my my chief officer to provide a more in-depth response for this question.
Please proceed. Please state your name and position for the records.
Jennifer Hearn. I'm the Chief Officer in the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency. I would like to actually offer apologies on behalf of the Director of the Department of Environment, who unfortunately is at home with COVID, and that's why she's not here today with us. And in terms of, through you, Madam Chair, in terms of the planning process and the reviews under the National Conservation Act, there's the provision for consultations by the government entities making decisions under Section 41, and there are guidelines that have been issued to identify the triggers when those consultations should occur, when the planning department should liaise with the team on behalf who have delegated authority on behalf of the NCC to review and comment. So the numbers, and I'm not sure whether the concern is that the numbers of planning applications don't match the numbers of reviews?
No. I'm just looking at the amount, because it seems, well, I don't use the word excessive. What I'm trying to understand, you said there's a trigger that sets the guidelines that triggers when it's looked at. Where are those guidelines developed? Who developed those guidelines?
Chief Officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those guidelines were developed by the National Conservation Council and gazetted in 2016, I believe. And the triggers include such things like locations, types of projects, and so on. And what it triggers is that the entity reviewing the application and making the decision consult with the National Conservation Council through the Department of Environment, and then depending on the nature of the applications, the projected impacts, and so on, it may be that they then issue what they call directed conditions, or they just give general advice and guidelines to the CPA or the DCB or the NRA or whoever the government decision-making body is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to understand, because I'm looking at the total amount of, well, just kind of taking a rough guesstimate in terms of the number of planning applications that were processed this year. And I'm looking at the amount that was done for 2023, which is actually 700. I mean, that looks like it's a very high percentage of the amount that planning, in essence, would have, the planning department would have processed. Again, just going from memory. So the question is there a situation now that just about almost everything that the CPA is looking at, that this entity is looking over their shoulders to see what it is that they're doing?
Chief Officer.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would have to go away and get you the exact numbers and the percentages and so on. It certainly is not every application that triggers one of these reviews. It is a significant number, but it's certainly not all. And the department, on behalf of the NCC, do turn those reviews around within the usual time frame for commenting on applications. Other commenting agencies, such as Water Authority and Roads Authority and so on, are also part of that review process for planning. as well. So this just happens in parallel with that normal review and commenting process.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Hughes, sorry.
No. Madam Chair, through you, just as I said earlier, looking at the numbers compared to 2022 and 2023, we see about a 10% increase in each year. But when I look at the estimates here, I don't see any additional. Maybe I just don't see any additional outputs here. So just inquiring, and it's not a major amount. It's about 10%, as I said.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, if it helps, I can give the figures.
It would.
Certainly. 2022, it was 5.98, and 2023 was 5.99, and now we're at 6.381 and 6.731, respectively. And like I said, I'm just looking at in the planning and estimates, the outputs seem the same. So.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the increase is a result of the iguana culling program, which the expenditures that were anticipated for 2023 were not enough. So that is the reason why there's an increase.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote on SGR3, Environmental Services and Research, 6,381,713 for 2024, and $6,731,019 for 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. NGS 74, Preservation of Natural Environments and Places of Historic Significance, $570,000 for 24 and $570,000 for 25. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, can I put the vote? NGS 74, Preservation of Natural Environments, Places of Historic Significance, $570,000 and $570,000 respectively for 24 and 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. NGS 87, Gender Equality Cayman, $6,000 for 2024, $14,000 for 2025. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I'll put the vote for NGS 74, for NGS 87, Gender Equality Cayman, $6,000 for 24, $14,000 for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair,
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
may I suggest a potential block vote opportunity here in respect to the next payments, just to save time? Because some of these, I think, may be non-controversial.
I have a couple of questions.
Can I get an indication whether there are any questions from anyone? For when you said block vote, for how many? All the TPs? Like, Mr. Hugh, I believe, was trying to catch my eye.
Yeah, I did have a quick question. Sorry.
Please proceed.
On the and I'll combine them, Madam Chair. TP 110, TP 111, Sustainability Program Support and Climate Resilience Program. I noticed there was quite a huge reduction in 2024, and then there was actually no appropriation for 2025. Are these programs that are disappearing, or have they been moved to somewhere else?
Honourable Minister, I can say, Member Mr. Hugh, that what appears there was what appeared prior to the resignation of the former Premier. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, to answer the member's question, this was an attempt from the ministry to facilitate the requirements in order to meet our budget obligations. So funding was moved from 2025 into 2024. And it can be moved back if needed later.
Mr. Hill.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chairman. I don't, maybe I should have been clearer. TP 110 in 2022 was 150,000, 2023 150,000. And here we have in 2024, 109,000, 2025, 0. And TP 111 in 22 was 262,000. And in 2023, 347,900. And we have 2024, 100,000, and in 2025, 0.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
As my chief officer has more of a background on this, I'll just ask her if she can respond in detail to the member.
Chief Officer Ahern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. The amounts that have been put in the budget for TP 110 and TP 111 are a function of, as the Minister said earlier, partly because we had targets that we needed to meet in 2025 and 2024, and this was one way to make that fit. And we also recognize that given it's a 2-year budget, we will have some flexibility if we need to move some of the funds into 2025 if they're unspent in 2024. And we also, these were 2 TPs that were created, as you all be aware, we're a brand new ministry from the last budget. When we created these for the 2022-2023 budget, we weren't really sure what the requirements were going to be. So now that we have the benefit of the experience of the last couple of years, we're a little more, we have a clear idea of what the demand might actually be, and we think these numbers are, although of course we would have liked to have had more, we believe that these numbers should be sufficient. We hope.
Minister Hill.
Yeah, just to thank the Chief Officer for that detailed explanation.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote in block that TP 110, Sustainability Program Support for 109,546 for 24, and a 0 in 25. TP 111, Climate Resiliency Program 100,000 for 24, a 0 for 25. TP 112, Community Support Programs 250,000 in 24 and 250,000 in 25. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, yeah, can we do a block vote on the next 2?
Thank you. I see nodding of heads from the opposition. So we'll put a block vote on other executive expenses, OE 66, United Nations Caribbean Environmental Program, 7,000 for 24 and 7,000 for 25. OE 133, Oil Spills Tier 3 Annual Fee, 60,000 for 24 and 60,000 for 25. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Moving on to equity investment, EI 84, Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency, 641,000 for 2024, 632,000 for 2025. It's open for questioning. Are there any questions? Mr. Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I may already have the answer for this, but I just want clarification. EI 84 is down about 20 million for 2024 and about 19 million for 2025 compared to 2022 and 2023. My notes tell me that I think it had something to do with regen, but I just want to see if the Minister could offer some clarification on that.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I'll
Mr. Hugh?
sorry, yeah, and I'll just for clarification, in 2022 there was 26,987,000, and 2023 it was 25,113,000 versus 641,000 in 2024 and 632,000 in 2025.
Honourable Minister, once you've finished consulting.
Through you, Madam Chair, to answer the members' questions. The difference in the numbers is due to the removal of the beach renourishment, which was approximately about 20 million, and also the reclassification of EI to EA for the Georgetown landfill. And also, as I said earlier, we have now transferred out the weather services and hazard management, which would have also been reflected in those earlier numbers.
Mr. Hugh, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, no, just to thank the Minister that I just realized that the weather app and the beach renourishment and the volunteer move incentives were from my notes, but the weather app, the weather was the one that I missed. Thank you.
Minister Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just something the Minister said that caught my attention. The 20 million for beach renourishment, did we actually spend that money?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Madam Chair, to answer the member's question, no, the funds were not spent.
Mr. Saunders, you have a follow-up?
Good, just making sure we didn't put $20 million in sand, that's all. I just wanted to make sure.
We made sure. If there are no further questions, I'll put the question. On EI 84, Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resilience, 641,000 for 2024, 632,000 for 2025. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Moving on to EA 161, Protected Area Management, 500,000 for 24, 500,000 for 25. Sorry. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I'll put the vote on EA 162, Protected Area Management, 500,000 and 500,000 for 24 and 25 respectively. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Finally, EA 165, Georgetown Landfill Remediation Works, 1.4 million for 2024, 0 for 2025. Are there any questions? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, is this the final number then for the remediation of the landfill?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. However, I will clarify that is for phase 1 of the remediation.
Because I'm aware
Honourable
of
Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I'm aware it's quite easy to see the great work that has taken place in the capping of the what they call the North Mound, but in the intervening time, there's a whole new mound that has appeared, and it just strikes me it's going to take many millions of dollars as well to cap and remediate that. So to me, the 1.4 million seems quite low with regard to these costs.
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is the confirmed number to complete phase 1 of remediation, and to the member's point about the additional area that would need to be remediated, that would not happen under this budget period anyway, as the second phase of remediation does not happen until the project has actually been completed.
Okay. And through you,
Leader of the Opposition.
yes, ma'am. Are these the only costs associated with the regen project in this budget?
Honourable Minister.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In light of
Leader of the Opposition.
thank you, ma'am. In light of where we are with the go ahead.
Just 1 minute, just for me to clarify.
Honourable Minister. Please proceed.
Just to clarify, the only capital expenditure in relation to the project. However, we do have operational costs and also professional fees.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you just give us an indication then of where those fees would be budgeted in this document?
Those fees are under SCR1.
Thank you.
I believe, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, if members certainly raise about 750,000 per year for professional fees. If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote to EA 165, Georgetown Landfill Remediation Works, 1.4 million for 2024 and is 0 for 2025. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. That concludes the vote for the Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair,
Honourable Minister.
if I could just have your permission to thank my team for coming down here and also for offering a great wealth of support to me as a new minister during a very, I don't want to use the word challenging because you made it seem very easy, Madam Chair, but as a new minister, it is a unique time to be entering a ministry. So I just want to take this time to thank Chief Officer Ahern and the rest of the team for being here today and for their support.
Thank you. The committee records your appreciation. We'll now move on to the next head, being the appropriations to the Minister of District Administration and Lands. And I'll call Acting Chief Officer Wilbur to take the chair, please. Honourable Acting Chief Officer, can you please state your name and emphasize your position again, that you're still acting?
Wilbur Welcome, Chief Officer acting for the Ministry of District Administration and Lands.
Madam Chair, just a matter.
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a matter of knowledge. I thought he was the chief officer. He hasn't been promoted yet, ma'am?
That is a correct thought.
That's quite sad, ma'am.
Policy, advice and support to the Minister of District Administration, DAL 1, $4,853,212 for 24, $5,213,471 on page 106. 11, page 11. Are there any questions?
Actually, I got a question.
Mr. Saunders?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I just noted the costs went from roughly 4 million to 4.8 million in 2024 and 5.2 million in 2025. Just trying to get an idea in terms of the increased costs.
Acting Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, through you, the significant majority of the increase is due to the staggered recruitment of staff throughout 2022 and 2023. And what we're seeing in 2024 and 2025 is, again, the majority of the increase is their full remuneration for the full year. Staggered recruitment was done in 2022 and 2023, as I mentioned.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Saunders?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, Madam Chair, Those positions, what positions primarily are those, if you don't mind me asking?
Acting Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, through you, the significant majority of those posts would have been in the Department of District Administration as well as the Department of Lands and Survey. We also had a few posts within the ministry based on various needs.
Mr. Saunders?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm fine. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If I'll put the vote to dial 1, 4,853,215, 5 million for 2024 and 2025, 5,213,471. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Dial 2, Government Services in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, 11,635,789 for 2024, 12,316,086 for 2025. Are there any questions? Mr. Cokerno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, just two things. One, the importance of this vote, because of all that it really does for Cayman Brac and how it, I always say, it comes out of the office there and all of the services that they provide. And I think one of the questions that the representatives from Cayman Brac, Little Cayman get is, will the services continue like they did before? And I make note that the provision for them in this appropriation is they would obviously continue, and they've been supported by a small increase in the vote for it, so that should secure the services. I'm just asking for your observation on that.
Acting Chief Officer, I think I can assist you in telling him that he has an accurate observation.
Madam Chair, through you, that is correct. The services will continue and be enhanced throughout the next 2 years.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I'll put the vote. Dial 2, Government Services in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, 11,635,4, 12,316,086, and 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Dial 3, Provision of Cadastral Surveying, Land Registration, Stamp Duty Assessment, Valuations, and Geographic Information Services, 6,682,081 and 24, 6,471,369 and 25. It's open for questions. If there are no questions, I'll put the vote. Dial 3, Provision of Cadastral Surveying, Land Registration, Stamp Duty Assessment, Valuations, and Geographic Information Services, 6,682,081 for 24, 6,471,369 for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. SIH1, Sister Islands Affordable Housing, 75,000 and 75,000 for 24 and 25 respectively. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Transfer payments, TP 66, Sister Islands Home Repairs Assistance, 600,000 for both 24 and 25. It's open for questions. Mr. Cokerno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Chief Officer acting, the previous amount budgeted for this was 500,000. This moves up to 600,000. With the increase in the price of goods, meaning the repair items, roofing, lumber, windows, are you comfortable that this is enough to satisfy the needs of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman?
Acting Chief Officer, do we also still have the waiver in for construction goods in the Brac?
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, through you, yes, we are comfortable with the numbers. especially based on the number of repairs we've done over the past 2 years. We don't anticipate that level going forward as well, but we are comfortable at this time with the appropriation number. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If there are no other questions, we'll put the vote for Sister Island Home Repairs Assistance, TP 66, $600,000 for 24 and 25 respectively. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. TP 86, Sister Islands Beaches and Community Cleanup Program, $700,000 for both 24 and 25. It's open for questions. Mr. Cockernell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is just a quick question. This program has been very successful, and this is just continuing that program, or are there any thoughts of expanding it any other way?
It's, sorry, forgot that I am chair, not minister here. I recognize the acting chief officer. Beg your pardon.
Madam Chair, through you, that is correct. The plans are to continue the program. We do hope to, again, enhance this program as well in 2024, but it will at minimum continue as is.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote. TP 86, Sister Island Beaches and Community Cleanup Program, $700,000 for each years, being 24 and 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Turning now to TP 101. Sister Islands Community Programs and Projects, $150,000 for 24, $150,000 for 25. It's open for questions. If there are no questions, I'll put it to the vote. TP 101, Sister Islands Community Programs Projects, $150,000 for 24 and 25 respectively. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Moving on to, thank you, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Other executive expenses, OE 134, depreciation of executive assets, Ministry of District Administration and Lands, $6,977,462, $6,460,622 for 25 and 24 respectively. OE 147, strata fees for Crown, $48,024 is 0 and 25. OE 148, lease payment, $17,500 and 24 and 25 respectively. I'll put these three votes in block. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Turning to page 12. Equity Investments, EI 87, Ministry of District Administration and Land, $7,928,000 for 24, $3,284,000 in 2025. It's open for questions. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just indication really for the very significant increase in 24. It appears to be moving from $4.5 million to basically $8 million. And then it drops down quite sharply to $3.2 million in 2025.
The acting chief officer.
Madam Chair, through you, there is a capital plan for 2024 and 2025 that sees a major construction project being undertaken, which is the accommodation wing. So the large portion of 2024, so $6 million of that 2024 amount is towards the development of that accommodation wing, which is used to facilitate other major capital projects in Cayman Brac. So yes, there is a large amount, but the majority of that is for one major project that is actually currently out to procurement. The other major projects we have in 2024 are the beginning of the work of District Administration's main building renovation, as well as some heavy equipment and vehicle purchases, which make up the large bulk of the 2024 appropriation. The reason for the decrease in 2025 is because we anticipate the large capital project in 2024 to be completed within the 2024 year. So in 2025, we're only expecting major expenses on the district administration renovation, as well as heavy-duty vehicles and equipment again. So that's the reason for the what seems to be a significant difference.
And in the budget statement, page 211, is further clarification, honourable members.
Thank you, ma'am. It's just kind of difficult to find that. So,
Madam
That's
Chair,
okay.
would I suggest EA 87?
Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would I suggest a block vote on EA 87 and EA 92?
Can I get an indication that that's the will of the House? Mr. Cokerno?
Madam Chair, if I could just ask one quick question on 92?
Please proceed.
Thank you. That's Sister Islands Affordable Housing Corp., 500,000, and then we had before the housing program 75,000. Just an explanation.
Acting Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, through you. So the first number of 75,000 you've seen is for operational expenditure, so things such as paying for the audit, other miscellaneous operational expenditure items that we don't anticipate using up to 75,000, but as we relaunch the program, we've included incidentals in there. This larger number of this larger number of 500,000 is an equity injection into the company to facilitate the construction of the homes. And I'm happy to report that we're currently going through the planning process, and we hope to be able to obtain requests for quotes and proposals for construction in early 2024.
Mr. Cokerno.
Thanks to the Chief Officer acting for that. And can you confirm, I think there was 8 approvals through the Planning Department for the building of new homes?
Acting Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, through you, it should be 9, but I can reconfirm. We'd have 9 parcels that we've allocated for new homes immediately, but I can reconfirm with you and confirm whether it's 8 or 9. But we're in the range of building 8 or 9 next year as a start.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Chief Officer. Well done. They're desperately needed in the BRAC right now.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote on EI 87 and EI 92. Ministry of District Administration and Land, 7,928,000 for 24, 3,284,000 for 25. EI 92, Sister Islands Affordable Housing Corporation, 500,000 for 24 and 25, respectively. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Executive assets. EA4, land purchase, $3 million for 24 and 25, respectively.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would suggest a block vote in this respect, because I'm certain that maybe some of the questions would all be connected, and if the opposition would so support, as they're all equity assets, executive assets.
Is that the will of the opposition? I think I see the leader of opposition, Mr. Cokerno,
Madam
with the
Chair,
lights on.
we will make that decision amongst here as to what we put to the, ask you to put to the block vote.
That's why I look to the life and ask the question. I recognise you're right.
Just to keep suggesting it. Let's just go on.
Honourable Leader of Opposition, your question, please.
In respect of EA4, Madam Speaker, are there parcels of land that the Minister or the government have identified for acquisition in Cayman Brac at this time that would be covered by this?
I'll turn it to the Acting Chief Officer, but if I understand it, this is for the Cayman Islands, not just for Cayman Brac, EA4. It's a land vote. Acting Chief Officer.
Okay.
Madam Chair, through you, confirming that EA4 land purchases for the entire Cayman Islands.
Okay.
And no, we do not identify the lands before the appropriation is approved. From time to time, we would do searches of properties and seek guidance on whether it's something that should be pursued for acquisition or not.
And in addition, Leader, the opposition, various members of the House, including the 19 of us, can make a recommendation We'll do 3 valuations, and if there's a person willing to sell, or if it's deemed to be in the public interest, compulsory acquisition, there's purchases under that recognition. And that's been ongoing for about 8 years now.
Maybe just looking at the...
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Sorry, ma'am. Looking at what was spent for 2023 of 16 million is quite a precipitous drop for 2024 and 2025.
Can I also
go ahead.
assist? There's a resolution come in later by the Honourable Minister for the EPF fund for $10 million following the precedents when we were in government, that we did it for purchases of beach and for preservation and conservation, which will top up this $3 million. So it will actually be $13 million available for land purchase for the 3 Cayman Islands over the next 2 years.
Okay.
16. Good eye. Any other questions? If not, can I have an indication? Are they
Madam Chair, I have a
Mr. Saunders?
question. Just going back to the compulsory acquisition, my mind kind of just drifted back to that piece of property on the waterfront. Have we made any progress with that as yet in terms of our negotiations or anything?
The fisherman property?
Yeah.
The acting chief officer.
Madam Chair, through you, we have attempted to negotiate with the property owner, and they have advised that they're uninterested in disposing of the property at this time.
Mr. Saunders, do you have a follow-up?
I have a comment, but I won't make it publicly as yet.
Are there any other questions on EA4? Are they, Honourable Leader of the Opposition? I take it you were not accepting the invitation to treat for the block votes?
No, I was good. I was just looking for some indication from the members on this side whether they had further questions on areas.
Actually, I just have one question.
Mr. Saunders?
Just in terms of Little Cayman roads, is there like anything set aside for Little Cayman? I know it's still lumped together with Cayman Brack and Little Cayman, but I'm just checking in terms of the roads of Little Cayman. Is there any set roads that they will be looking at doing?
The acting chief officer, I can say, over the years that we proceed cautiously with Little Cayman because a lot of people there don't necessarily want to asphalt on the roads, so we do lesser roads in Little Cayman, obviously in Cayman Brack, but there is an incremental development plan to continue the north and south coast roads. Acting chief officer.
Madam Chair, through you, I can only concur. So the plan for 2024 and 25 is to continue on the Northeast Road, which is the road that is approaching between the lighthouse and what we know as CCMI. Again, some of the residents are averse to certain roads being paved, so we bear that in mind. But we do have a plan in place for Little Cayman to continue with the paving of roads.
Are there any other questions? Mr.
Yes. Yeah, Madam Chair, are we talking about a block vote or next? Okay, I do have a question, EA9. And land purchases gazetted claims, and I'm assuming that these are claims that are any of that are earmarked for, and I don't know if the acting chief officer will be able to answer, but would any of the claims for the Godfrey Nixon extension in the Rock Hole area be included in this?
Acting chief officer.
Madam Chair, to the best of my recollection, we haven't settled any more of those claims as yet. We are in negotiations with multiple of the landowners, and we hope to have them settled soon. It is a tenuous situation because there are people residing in some of these properties, so there are other considerations as opposed to vacant properties for roads.
Did you have a follow-up, Mr. Hugh?
I just have a comment, Madam Chair, if you'll allow me, just to say that I know that there are intermediaries in these negotiations sometime, and I just want to offer myself as a representative for that area. I could save you a lot of time and hassle if I were to, or if they were to reach out to me, or the ministry were to reach out to assist with advancing some of these claims.
Thank you for that offer, Mr. Hugh. I recognize Minister for Border Control.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to ask the acting chief officer. We had been pursuing purchasing an abandoned house across from the Cowood Beach in Bordentown, and we were trying to find the owners who are not living locally. Just wanted to find out if we made any progress in finding the owners for this abandoned home.
Acting Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, through you, yes, I have good news. We have found the owner, and they've accepted our offer. So we're now in the process of obtaining the necessary approvals and closing on the property.
Recognize Mr. Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the acting minister for that Bordentown Christmas gift.
Acting Chief Officer, I'm working on him. Are there any other questions? Or if not, Mr. Cokerno? We're doing executive assets open. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just make the comment that I think it's a good thing as we work through these, rather than, my good friend has indicated, a block vote. But this is the time that not only questions can be asked, but it can be heard, the amount of different things that are being done in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman through this budget. The next question that I would have is EA 36 is miscellaneous road surface upgrades, and EA 55, Cayman Brac and Little Cayman roads. They work hand in hand, or what is the difference between the two?
Acting Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, through you, so EA 36 was originally assigned and created for the Ministry of PAHI, and that's their EA 36 they use for main roads here in Grand Cayman. But as part of a new development under the ministry responsible for lands, we're doing a pilot project in East End, and we have this allocation to do the roads in that project.
So unfortunately, that's
Mr.
not coming.
Cokerno?
That's not coming to Cayman Brac. That's going to East End, is what you're telling me.
What he didn't say is that there's also a program like the one in Easton for affordable homes on Sunshine Drive, I think it's called. What used to be Old Charlotte across from the field. Acting Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, through you, correct. So while this appropriation is currently for the pilot project in East End, we do have a similar pilot that we plan to launch in Cayman Brac for affordable land lots, which we continue to try to distinguish from affordable homes.
That's EA 36? Miscellaneous road surface?
Correct, EA 36, whereas EA 55 is the general road paving program in the sister islands, both Cayman Brac and Little Cayman.
EA 42, through you, Madam Chair, EA 42 is the same appropriation as the previous years. The community requests streetlights, and there's money in this budget to grant those from the
Correct.
request.
Madam Chair, through you, correct.
Mr. Cokerno, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would move, if no one else has questions, I would move to EA 60.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Recognize Mr. Seymour, did you have
Yeah, just a quick question,
a
Madam
follow-up
Chair.
on the same item?
Can the acting chief officer say when we talk about the affordable land lots, what size are they? Are you able to say?
All right. Can I just have Mr. Colonel can finish his thought, and I'll revert back to you. Mr. Colonel.
Madam Chair, I was going to move on to sports complex. Would you like me to do that now?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. EA 60 Cayman Brac Sports Complex, the expansion. There's a plan. What do you hope to do with the 150,000?
Acting Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, through you. So for EA 60, the immediate plans is to update the track to a Mondo track. And on that one, I'm happy to confirm we've completed the procurement process. The contract has been awarded, so we're anticipating works to start imminently in early 2024.
Thank you.
Mr. Colonel.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank the Chief Officer for that. Very good news. Well done. The EA 95 is the same as previous years. The cemetery vaults, that's a continuation. Multi-purpose hall, improvements. That is EA 125.
Acting Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, through you. So part of that project is to complete the multipurpose hall. As many may be aware, the kitchen remains to be outfitted as well as the offices. There is plans to use one of those offices in the immediate future as a construction office, but throughout 2024 and 2025, we look to bring the building up to full completion for future use for sports tourism projects and other things that may be happening once the accommodation building is built.
Through you,
Mr. Colonel.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm sure that the Chief Officer is aware, but the basketball court that's on the multipurpose hall, one of the walls actually needs to be pulled out a little bit so the seating can be arranged in there. I just ask you to make note of that with the work that's being done.
Acting Chief Officer, I think we may have some even better news in that we're building a new gym with a new school. So in the meanwhile, it'll be used for the construction phase. Some of the persons will be housed there until we get the accommodation block, but we'll also use it for indoor sports like badminton and other things that can fit within the existing walls.
Thank you for that.
Are there any other questions, Mrs. Seymour? I think you had an intervention early on.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to ask the question in terms of the lot sizes of the affordable lots.
Acting Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, through you, in the East End development, the lots start at 0.25 acres, and because of the shape of the land and the size of the roads that have been designed, they range up to 0.4 acres. But the significant majority of the lots are 0.25 acres.
Mr. Rankin.
Through you, Madam Chair, just like if the acting Chief Officer just give a general update on that pilot project in East End.
Acting Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, through you, I'm happy to report that we've completed the subdivision works, which included the stormwater management plans. We've gone out to procurement, and we're in the process of awarding a contract to the winning bidder with a timeline to start works on finishing the road in the first quarter of 2024, after which time we will then launch the program to put the lots on the market for Caymanians to purchase.
Are there any other questions, or can I put it to a block vote from EF4 to 167? Thank you very much, Honourable Leader of the Opposition and Minister of Tourism. EA4, land purchase, $3 million for both 24 and 25. EA9, land purchase, gazetted claims, $829 1,000 for 24 and 25. A36 miscellaneous road surface upgrades, 100,000 for 24, 0 for 25. A42 Cayman Brack and Little Cayman street lighting, 21,000 for both years. A55 Cayman Brack and Little Cayman roads, 1 million for both years. A60 Cayman Brack Sports Complex, 150,000 for 24, 300,000 for 25. A95 Cemetery Vaults, Cayman Brack and Little Cayman, 50,000 for 24 and 25. A125 Cayman Brack Multipurpose Hall, 100,000 for 24 and 25. A131 Storm Drains, Deep Wells, Cayman Brack, 21,000 for both years. A139 Public Dock and Ramps in Sister Island, 500,000 for 24, 200,000 for 25. A144 Public Restrooms, Sister Islands, 200,000, 24, 100,000 for 25. A158 Little Cayman Playfield, 100,000, 24, 0 and 25. A166 Public Restrooms in Grand Cayman, 300,000 and 24, 1.9 in 2025. A167 Cayman Brack Public Parks, 300,000 and 24 is 0 in 2025. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Can I now recognise the Honourable Minister for Sustainability to move her resolution for the $10 million for the EPF fund? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to move a committee stage amendment.
Please proceed, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move a committee stage amendment to the appropriation financial years 2024 and 2025 Bill 2023. In accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 65, I, the Honourable Minister for Sustainability and Climate Resiliency, hereby give notice with respect to the above captioned bill to move the following: appropriations to the Ministry for District Administrations and Land for the 2024 financial year, that executive asset EA 146 land purchase conservation be added to the schedule of the bill with an amount of 10 million.
Does the amendment has been moved? Does the member wish to speak to the amendment?
Madam Chair, I also, in addition to the amendment, I have a resolution in relation to the disbursements from the Environmental Protection Fund. Would you wish for me to deal with that at this stage?
You can do that after the conclusion of this amendment, Madam.
Then to answer your question, I don't wish to speak further.
Does any other member wish to speak to this amendment? If not, the question is that the executive asset EA 146 land purchase conservation be added to the schedule of the bill with an amount of $10 million. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. For the 2024 financial year, let me repeat that. For the 2024 financial year, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the amendment form part of the schedule. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Honourable Minister for Resilience and Climate Change, if you could move the resolution now which creates the funding for this said amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hereby move the resolution in relation to disbursements from the Environmental Protection Fund. Whereas the Environmental Protection Fund was created on the 10th of December 1997 by Government Motion number 1497 for the purpose of defraying expenditure incurred in the protecting and preserving the environment of the islands. And whereas it is required that disbursements from the fund may be made in accordance with resolutions made by the Finance Committee and under the authority of the Minister for Finance for the purpose of defraying expenditure incurred in protecting and preserving the environment of the islands. And whereas at 31st October 2023, the balance of the fund was $51,349,014.62. And whereas the government is seeking approval in the 2024 and 2025 budget period for the amounts shown on the overleaf schedule, totaling $10 million, that represent expenditures to be incurred with respect to purchasing land for the conservation in the islands being met by the disbursements from the fund. Be it now therefore resolved that the expenditures shown on the overleaf schedule, totaling $10 million, that are expected to be incurred in the period 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2025 be recognized and being expenditures whose aim is protecting and preserving the environment of the islands, and such expenditures are to be in specific form of purchasing land for conservation in the islands, and that the Minister for Finance and Economic Development be authorized to disperse up to $10 million from the Environmental Protection Fund to cover expenditures to be incurred with respect to the matters on the overleaf schedule.
The resolution has been moved. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak further to the resolution?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak to the resolution? If not, I'll put the question. It be therefore resolved that 1, the expenditures shown in the overleaf schedule totaling $10 million that are expected to be incurred in the period 1st of January 2024 to 31st of December 2025 be recognized as being expenditures whose aim is protecting and preserving the environment of the islands, and as such expenditures are to be in specific form of purchasing land for conservation in the islands, and that the Minister of Finance and Economic Development be authorized to disburse up to $10 million for Environmental Protection Fund to cover expenditures incurred with respect to the matters as overleaf schedule. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Just for clarity with the motion that we pass, so the records can reflect conservation in the will of the government, and I would dare say the opposition includes beach properties as well. Thank you. Acting Chief Officer, do you wish to do any expressions of gratitude before you take your leave?
Madam Chair, yes, ma'am. Just to thank my team, who's also acting, but have been very flexible with me and very supportive. But I want to register my thanks to them for their tremendous support.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Madam Chair, I just want to ask your permission to take this opportunity to thank your acting chief officer, who I believe should be a chief officer, for his amazing work, particularly when it comes to assisting with the Georgetown Central Park over the last year and a half, 2 years, and other projects that we've been doing. I must say that he's a really amazing individual, child of God, and I'm glad to be able to work with him in some of the times. And if you ever want to send him over to my office, I'll be happy to have him in my ministry.
Post 2025, but that's about my pay scale. I concur that I wish he was not acting, because certainly he does not act, he performs. Thank you. We'll now turn our attention to the Ministry for Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport, Development. Just give the Minister a minute or two to transition. We'll be looking at page 24. Starting planning, agriculture, housing, infrastructure, transport and development. And what page 198? We'll now turn to PAH1, advice and support to the Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development, $5,510,533 for 2024, $5,500,000, $5,500,683 on page 198. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, can I put the vote to PA1? 5,510,533, 5,500,683. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. PAH10, management of government properties, 13,636,346 for 24, 13,636,346 for 25. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I'll put the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. PAH11, procurement and maintenance of government fleet, 4,509,491, 4,509,491 for 24 and 25 respectively. Are there any questions? Mr. Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, just to inquire how the government is doing on the requirement under the National Energy Policy for, I think, 30% of the fleet to be electric.
Recognize Honourable Minister.
Stephen Quinlan, Director of DVS. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry. I haven't been in this position for a while.
That's okay.
Can the member repeat the question, please?
Mr. Hugh, would you kindly repeat the question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, certainly. Just inquiring. Yes, ma'am. Did I say sir? My apologies, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was just inquiring where the government, or how advanced were the government in the requirement on the National Energy Policy. I think it's 30% of the fleet to be electric, if my mind serves me right. Can you give us an update on that?
Mr. Quinlan.
The current update through you, Madam Chair, is we are at about approximately 12%. We've shifted so much to introduction of more hybrids than full electric. As you can appreciate, we're having some challenges with having full supported electric programs by our manufacturers on island. There's a few teething issues that we're working through. We have to date, we have two vendors who have fully complied with the protocols under their manufacturers. However, we have not been able to push the full electric part, but in doing so, with the challenges we have had, we continue to push the hybrid side. To date, we have just about over 35 hybrid vehicles introduced in the fleet over the last 2 years, and we're continuing to grow that with the intentions of complying with the National Energy Policy.
Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank the Director for his response. One more question, Madam Chairman. I noticed the beautiful, wonderful new facilities you have there at the Department of Vehicle and Equipment Services. And can you confirm whether or not, now that I think you have the facilities to do so, is the department maintaining the garbage trucks?
Mr. Quinlan.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, sir. The facility has allowed us to expand the services to the Department of Environment with the ability now to in-house most of the vehicles instead of partially doing that. And thanks to the government at the time and our minister, we have been able to do so.
Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank the Director for his responses.
If there are no... Sorry, Mr. Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this is the section that you would ask this question on, but I'll go ahead anyhow. The minister knows one of my pet peeves is these grass cutters and the, I don't know the correct name for it, but it sucks water. Call it a suction truck. But I guess the director can correct me on the correct name. This is the wrong vote for this. Okay, I will restrain myself.
Are there any other questions? If not, I'll put the vote. PAH 11, procurement and maintenance of government fleet, 4,509,491 for 24, 4,509,491 for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. PA 14, management of planning applications, 5,692,677, 5,687,910 for 24 and 25 respectively. It is open for questions. Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, I noticed that there is about a 1.3 million increase over 22 and 23. Is this additional? Is this with additional employees or inspectors? Can you give an idea of what the increase represents?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, yes, that is for 6 new recruitment. Half of those are for planning inspectors and BCU officers.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Hugh?
Madam Chair,
and then
through
Mr.
you,
Saunders afterwards.
Madam Chair, through you, would this be the proper appropriation to ask about planning application numbers?
Minister, can you confirm that this is the correct place to ask for applications, PAH 14, for planning? The description says so, so I would take the liberty to say yes, Mr. Hugh.
Then I wonder if the minister or his team would have the percentage numbers over the last year, whether increases or decreases in planning applications.
I believe Mr. Hydes has taken a seat to respond. Please state your name and position, Mr. Hydes.
Tristan Hydes, Deputy Chief Officer for the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. Sir, I don't actually have those numbers at the moment, but I can provide them for you, sir.
Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since they will be going away to get those numbers, perhaps we could have comparisons over the last 3 years.
We'll We'll do that, sir.
Mr. Heights,
Mr.
the moral of the story is bring it so you don't get extra work at Christmas.
Yes.
Madam
Mr.
Chairman,
Bush, Honorable
the
McKeever.
question is a very important one, although it seems to me very cute coming from that side, because from what you hear and you talk to planning and you talk to the country, the big problem that this country has is that council that they put in place and would not listen when we were telling them the problems that we saw coming out of it. And for sure, that's the problem. That's the problem. Government can't do anything before that council that you put in place is suing the department.
And the question, Mr. Bush?
No, I think it's very clear to this committee what I'm saying. Time to change that council, or we're gonna die. We're gonna die.
Honorable Minister, I think the question is it time to change that council?
Madam Chair.
Honorable Minister for Tourism.
I just wanted for clarity the good member's question, just so I can understand it. There's a number of councils. I just couldn't confirm which council he was speaking of. And I would hate for it to be the Georgetown Central Council that he's speaking about. So I don't know if the...
Ma'am, I was very diligent.
Mr. McKeever Bush?
I was very diligent, being my shortest budget speech out of 39 budgets. And I didn't take the time to go through all of that because we won't get ready before Christmas. It would take me till next year Christmas if I try to tell you. You know which one. It is a council that we've been having all kind of problems with. And I just gave a hint. The one that sues the next Department of Government. Madam Chair, do you care to say which council that is? The minister can say. He was sued. I don't think I need to elaborate, ma'am. Everyone in us here know the situation that we are facing as a country. It is not good. I don't need to elaborate.
Mr. Bush, your points are noted, but that is a matter that I think as a government that we ought to bring up, and when the Parliament has the convenience to so do through the Honourable Minister. I'm sure the Minister is feeling the same pain as he's expressed that many times in caucus about the same council.
Well, I think we need to address it seriously in caucus. We haven't been able to because we all know the reasons why. The people that we needed to do the work were the people that put it in place and refused to do anything about it.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Saunders.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Following on from an earlier line of question, when the Ministry of Sustainability was here and I was talking about the review of those 700 planning applications, this leads up to the question, looking on page 203, Madam Chair, where it speaks about the number of applications and everything else. And I asked the question earlier, if the 700 number, what percentage it basically related to with regards to planning applications. And bearing this in mind now, when I see processing of development application for consideration by the CPA / DCB, the question, and basically 600 to 650 for both 2024 and 2025, and you have another entity that is now talking about 700 applications, it basically looks as if though it's more than even 100%. But the point I want to understand is where does the CPA, and to expand on the point that Mr. Bush was speaking about, where does the CPA draw the line with regards to that council? Because it has been impacting development big time within the country.
I recognize the Chief Officer, Mr. Bush. Please state your name and position.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric Bush, Chief Officer for the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. The numbers that have come in is in 2022, 683 applications were received, reviewed. Out of that, 463 were approved. In 2023 so far, 522 applications have been received and reviewed. Out of that, 333 approved. In relation to the question about how many are reviewed in concert with other government entities, Madam Chair, through you, I can't answer that, but I can certainly get those statistics.
But their numbers basically says 700.
Mr. Saunders.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. Again, this going back to the previous number that we had of 700. Based on their number, it appears as if though just about a very high percentage is being looked at. So the question is this: if one board is literally reviewing the work of an entire board, the question is then, do we need two boards, or do we find a way to merge one board to make it more efficient? And the reason I'm asking this, Madam Chair, is that 15% of our workforce is employed within the construction industry. This is impacting just about every single member inside there in some way, shape, or form. And the question is then to the Minister with regards to policy. And I guess the both ministers is what policy or what legislation or what regulations the government is going to pursue to basically make this more efficient. This is the red tape and the bureaucracy that a lot of people complain about.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, just through you, just about every application that goes into planning, NCC comments on, even if it is just land clearing applications, every single thing. Whether they may come back and say they have no comments, but they still comment on it somehow.
Well,
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Madam Chair, this is the body where we make laws, and I will strongly recommend to the Minister to make the necessary changes to the necessary legislation to get it sorted. Well, it's still a cabinet issue.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I've heard the member from Bordentown West loud and clear, and I think that he would give us his full support whenever any changes come down to the House, including the other members on the other side.
Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One final question from me. Could the Minister provide the House on perhaps an update or what his ministry's policy or the government's policy is on privatizing plan inspectors and inspectors in general?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, that is a legislation change that we're looking forward to bringing in the new year.
Are there any other questions, Mr. Saunders?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, with regards to moving back, I know planning was doing some work where people can, in essence, put back, I think, 10% or add 10% to their house without planning permission or planning approval. Where are we in that process, and how soon can we look in terms of getting that done?
Based on the body language, I think I need to call Mr. Hydes.
Tristan Hydes, Deputy Chief Officer, Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport, Development.
You can stop at planning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, we have actually we are drafting it, and we have a few minor tweaks to work out with the legal drafting section, and to which then we will present it to the ministry and on to cabinet for consideration.
Through you, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Saunders.
Through you, Madam Chair. What kind of timeline are we looking at? I know that when it was proposed, Mr. Kirkconnell mentioned that it would have been good even as high as 15%. I remember that.
Mr. Hydes.
Madam Chair, through you, I think by Q2 we should be in good order. Beginning
or end? Just joking. Mr. Saunders.
Madam Chair, that has to be something much quicker. It has to be something very urgent, because the reason why I raise this, Madam Speaker, is that I know a lot of people know, especially with the pension withdrawal, is literally trying to add on a little room to their house or something just to make a little bit of extra income, and we see the housing problem that we have. So this is something of real importance where what I don't want is people drawing their pension money and getting creative with it when there are opportunities out there that they can say, you know what, let me go add on a room to my house or convert a garage or something, and that will also help with our housing problem. So I would really like some assurance that there's some urgency on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this one, I think this would be the appropriation I would ask for an update on the review of the National Development Plan.
Honourable Minister. Mr. Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Central Planning Authority, who has legal conduct of the National Planning framework, we have formed a multi-ministerial working group that I am chairing, and we are working through the framework itself, in which we hope to publish the first draft of a planning statement in the first quarter of 2024.
Mr. Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I probably should have asked this question during the previous subject. Madam Speaker, this is a part of my constituency, and I do have to represent everyone in my constituency. We were very fortunate this hurricane season not to even have a storm pass nearby us. We do have several condominium condos, complexes along the southern end of 7 Mile Beach that are just about ready to fall into the water. Last week's weather brought a little bit of sand back. I know that there are several applications into planning to reconstruct seawalls. So I have the question I could only ask in this appropriation would be, is there a policy as to whether planning or accepting, reviewing, approving or disapproving those applications, or are those still sitting in La La Land waiting for a committee to review them from that committee that everybody's been talking about, the National Conservation Council?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, there is no policy in place that speaks of what he's asking for, but we look forward to any comments that will come from that particular council on their comments when it comes to anything near the coastline.
Honourable Mr. Hugh, were you finished? Or if not, I can recognize Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And I did apologize beforehand, saying that I possibly should have asked a question either under the NCC or under the lands title. But if I understand the Minister, the situation is that they are waiting for comments from what I understood was a subcommittee of the NCC on the beach erosion, or the beach erosion committee. Is that correct?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, there's a fine line between planning and the sustainability. Anything above the watermark is planning. Anything below that falls into sustainability. So I think that question needs to, I think the board already sealed for that question almost.
Mr. Hussein, that we passed our vote, might I invite you that if you're still seeking further elucidation, that you formulate it into a question for when the Parliament next convenes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly will do that. As I said, I do have a responsibility to represent all of the constituents within the Georgetown North constituency, and we do have quite a few that live along the southern end of 7 Mile Beach that are very concerned about the well-being of their home and their investment. So I apologize to the Minister, and I did apologize earlier that I probably should have asked a question under the previous two, but it is not a joking matter. It is not a matter that should be swept under the rug. We're talking about people's lives and people's investments here, and they're all Caymanian. Doesn't matter whether they're color or how much money they have or money they don't have. They're all Caymanian, and they're all a member of my constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Hugh. Just for clarity, is not an attempt, I think, by anyone to sweep it underneath the rug, but just to keep within the rules and procedure and to ensure that you didn't lose your right to ask it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister of Tourism, then Mr. Bush, Mr. Eric Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to assure the Minister of his concerns that as Minister for Tourism is just as concerned as he is, and that he can have the commitment that myself as Minister and the Minister for Sustainability will be meeting in the New Year after the Christmas season to get an update, because as you rightfully heard, much of the discussions in committees were not under the preview of either myself or the Minister for Planning, and there has been a change of the administration. And through you, Madam Chair, I think it's important to find out exactly how long the Minister has had the development plan to give truth to his ability to get it as far as it is or isn't at this point. Because if my memory serves me well, he's had it for 28 days. So if the Minister can tell me how long he's had the responsibility for a national development plan, I think it'd be good for the record.
Honourable Minister, I think you're seeking confirmation for how long you've had something else added to your already long title.
Madam Chair, the Minister for Tourism was almost spot on with his number within 28 days to a month.
Mr. Eric Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to hopefully conclude on the member's question, if we can undertake to get the number of applications along the 7 Mile corridor that have been received by the CPA, when they were received, where they are in the process, perhaps that may assist in answering the question, or at least continuing the conversation, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote on PAH 14, Management of Planning Applications, 5,692,677 for 2024 and 5,687,910 for 2025. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Moving on to PAH 16, Licensing of Drivers and Vehicles, 1,637,609 for 24, 1,608,561 for 25. It's open for questions.
Madam Chair.
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. I just wanted to find out if the Minister or his support staff can give an update in respect to the licensing. I know he sent out a press release recently, and there's been a, obviously tourism is doing very well. A lot of the rental car companies have reached out to our ministry, trying to make sure they get their vehicles on the roads, because the reservation numbers for December, January, and February are very high, and they have new fleets on. So if you can give any recent updates in that respect.
Mr. Dixon, please state your name and your position.
David Dixon, the Director of Vehicle and Driver's Licensing. Madam Chair, through you to the Honourable Minister, the Traffic Act 2023 revision provides for temporary registration plates to be issued, and those have been issued, and they're well on the way to all applicants who seek to register new vehicles or change the categories of vehicles.
If there are no questions, Mr. Cokerno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Director, through you, can you give us an update on the opening of a new licensing facility in Cayman Brac?
Mr. Chair, that's actually under District Admin. It'll be in Q1. Mr. Hugh, or do you have another question, Mr. Cokerno?
I was just wondering if maybe the Director had any input into that, or this falls completely away.
We consult with the minister responsible, and we were trying to get a schedule, but because we're in a house, we weren't able.
Thank you.
Mr. Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, 2023's appropriation was 917,000, and then we had to come back to the House for Section 12 for another million, and I think that has to do with the demand for license plates. So we are now budgeting here 1.6 million. Is that enough, or do we feel confident that the rate of importation of vehicles are slowing down, that we'll be able to cover the cost of the necessary plates, etc., for licensing?
Mr. Dixon? Or Mr. Eric Bush?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The total cost of this output, Madam Chair, is approximately $5.25 million. And it's only 1.6 million out of that 5.25 that is being appropriated here today. The other 3.6 is from third-party revenues. The funds that are being appropriated or requested to be appropriated here are actuals, so are compared to actuals. So it is anticipated that if we continue along the same trend of growth, that this will be sufficient. However, it is a service-based organization, so if there are vast increases in services, then supplementary funding will be requested based on that justification.
But that would also mean supplementary revenue, additional revenue concurrently as well.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions? If not, can I put the vote on PAH 16? Licensing of drivers and vehicles, 1.637609 for 24, 1608561 for 25. All those in favor, please say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Moving on to PAH 24, agriculture support and regulatory services, $10,500,096, $10,489,129 for 2025. It's open for questions. Mr. Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the increase over the last two budget periods, it's double basically. 5 million, 5.1 million in 22, 5.3 million in 23, to 10.5 in 24 and 10.4 in 25. And I'm certain that there's a lot of good news to hear in there, so I wonder if the Minister could let us know what that vast increase represents. And I'll fold my second question right into that, and that is for an update on the Animal Welfare Act.
Mr. Eric Bush, I turn it over to Mr. Critchlow. Please state your name and your position, sir.
Brian Critchlow, Acting Director for the Cayman Islands Department of Agriculture. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honourable Member, he's asked questions as to what the department is doing. The department continues to deliver its services to the agriculture sector, significant increasing in terms of supplies of agricultural supplies, feed and fertilizers. With the growth in the sector, there are a number of new projects ongoing under the leadership of the Minister, including the new National Livestock Development Program, which has brought a new nucleus herd to the Department of Agriculture for producing replacement genetic stock for the island. Several initiatives also ongoing with the National Egg Strategy, which is geared towards increasing local egg production and certifying egg production so that the consumers have confidence in the product that is coming to the market. We've seen increases consistently in terms of our outputs in crops and in crops as well as in livestock, and increased services into the sector with veterinary services. The revitalization of the tree crop husbandry program this year is finally back to full strength with the teams of staff to be able to provide tree crop spraying and husbandry services to farmers. So, as I said, a lot of initiatives under the leadership of the Minister that are ongoing, and new initiatives that we hope to see coming on board in in 2024 and 2025. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Saunders.
Through you, Madam Chair, and first of all, I want to congratulate the Minister for these numbers, because one of the things I was concerned about the last go-around was that this is one vote that is actually where the cost is also offset by revenues. So I think this revenue is a little bit more realistic compared to what it is in prior years. The question I want to get at, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, is the actual support for farmers. Because as it stands right now, some of the farmers, which are from my constituents, are still struggling with regards recovering from COVID. And they have a good chunk of money that is still owed to the Department of Agriculture that, quite frankly, will never be repaid. I mean, on the current situation. And I want to know what appetite there is from the Minister, and I guess you, Madam Chair, as Minister of Finance, to basically look at some of those debts that these farmers have literally on their heads that we know, because of what has happened, will never be able to pay it. If there's an appetite to maybe reduce some of the debt or work out something. And then the other question in that is, granted, everywhere else in the world, farming is something that's heavily subsidized to the benefit of people, where, especially with regards to food security, is that while that would be a first step in terms of helping the farmers, in terms of what other subsidies can the government look at in terms of actually benefiting the farmers, and then also the other programs to encourage more backyard farming.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, this, as the Minister or the member for Bodden Town West asked about the appetite for waiving some of the fees. Madam Chair, that is something I've been trying to get done for probably 2 years now. And I am asked, and now it is back on the table again, Madam Chair, and I am hoping that we can bring that back to have a talk with yourself as the new Finance Minister to see how we can move forward with that.
I think you had two more parts of the question, one being backyard farming.
Yeah, well, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to kind of refresh. Well, I'm happy to hear, because I was supportive back then of writing off a lot of the debt, because we recognized it was not going to be collected. And it makes no use carrying a debt on government books that we know we're not going to collect. And at least it will allow the farmers them to, I guess, sleep a little bit better at night, knowing that they don't have this over their head. Just in terms of that, then, going back to against the subsidy. Because now, before, and like I said, in the past, they used to budget a good chunk of revenue that would have come in from this. It would not have been met, and then they would come back to Cabinet and ask for additional funds to cover the shortfall. So this looks a little bit more realistic. But at the end of the day, in the grand scheme, to collect 2.5 million or 2.6 million, I am sure there can be some appetite to even reduce this amount by 600,000 in both years, to at least give the farmers or the registered farmers a little bit more of a bigger discount in order for them to basically get a lot more going with regards to farming.
Mr. Eric Bush.
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank the member for his question and recommendation. The current subsidy that is provided to registered farmers is to the tune of 70%. So everything that is purchased by a registered farmer from the Department of Agriculture, the government is doing so approximately at a 70% concession or subsidy. If it is the government's intention to increase that, that would be a policy decision.
Mrs. Saunders.
Thank you very much for that, Chief Officer Bush. I would definitely encourage the government, because if it's clear that even at the 70% subsidy, it's still not enough, because a lot of farmers are still struggling. And if we can, even temporarily, even for a year or two if needs be, just to give them a chance to, I guess, land on their feet, build up their flows and everything else, I think that is something that should be considered.
Mr. Eric Bush and then Mr. Hugh.
Happy to discuss that, Madam Chair, with the Minister through you.
Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Director did miss the second part of my question. That was for an update on the Animal Welfare Act.
Mr.
Through you, Madam Chair, I do apologize, Mr. Hugh, our member. I didn't hear the second part of your question. The Animal Welfare Act, actually, the Animal Act, the Animals Law or Animals Act, is currently actively being reviewed. We have just, through the ministry, have a new drafter assigned, and we are working steadfastly through the act. There have been multiple revisions. It is a very large and complicated act because it addresses both importation, disease control, inspection, as well as all of the animal welfare and animal protection components. So it is quite a significantly weighty piece of legislation covering a very large area, and we want to make sure that we get it right and that we get it future-proof to a certain extent, so that we don't have to come back and readdress it again, because essentially majority of this act hasn't been addressed since about, I think 1997 was the last time a major overhaul was done. So we are working, excuse me. Yes,
if there are no further...
Sorry, the Chief Officer just reminded me that as we get, there will be consultation, of course, across the floor with consultation and with the other parties involved in the Animals Act before the final draft is brought, I think, to caucus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Hugh, do you have a follow-up?
No, Madam Chair, just to thank the Director for that response and to say that I don't think there's any perfect legislation or act, but we're looking forward to long-awaited piece of legislation.
I recognize Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Critchlow, Mr. Bush. I want to start off by saying that I am extremely impressed with the work of the Department of Agriculture. I think by now everybody knows I am a commercial farmer, but a number of things I want to mention, but the one that I'm most impressed about and actually very moved is the number of Caymanian vets that you all have. The only thing I keep scratching my head is they're all young ladies. But they do amazing work. There's one in particular who did repair surgery on one of my sows, and I was just blown away at how professional and how proficient she was, and it provided incredible service. I hope we can keep that up, and I hope we can continue to find ways to encourage more Caymanians to go into that area of work. Commercial farming in Cayman is the surest way to become a pauper if you have something to start with. But and most of us who do it because we love it dearly. The greatest, I was just talking to Mr. Saunders, the most expensive bit of it is actually the cost of labor. In a place like Cayman, we can't pay people very small sums of money because they can't live on it. At least that's the view I take about these things. But I do believe that the strides that have been made over the last couple of decades, actually, and initiatives such as the NEST program, the egg production, that it is possible to get to a point where you're not losing, find a nice word for it, not losing so much money every month. The expertise which the department is continuing to develop, such as the egg production specialists that you brought in, those are the kind of things I think that can help us get to a point where people can make a living from farming. The one area, Mr. Critchlow, though, that I would like you to opine upon, not so much for my benefit, but for the benefit of other farmers out there who talk to me all the time, is the challenges in getting a regular supply of fertilizer. It is almost always a challenge. And even if we can buy it from the stores, we can't afford to pay for it. So if you could talk a little bit about the challenges that you have in the supply chain. And this is not just since COVID, it's been that way for as long as I can remember.
Mr. Critchlow?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the honourable member, yes, we do experience challenges in supply chains periodically, as fertilizers can be an issue. Cost effectively, we must bring it in at least a full load, full 20-foot container at a time, at minimum 800 bags. So sometimes with the range of fertilizers, you may have a small one particular item that is out, and the challenge is waiting to bring it in with some other fertilizers to make it cost effective as best as possible for the department and for the farmers. We have had some issues just recently, which we apologize, but we are working very hard to address these, to improve our ordering systems. And I undertake to the honourable member that in 2024, that our goal is to eliminate these shortages completely and to make sure that we are consistently sustained and not to experience this. I had thought we had solved the problem to a certain extent this year, and regrettably, we've had a slight outage at the moment, which we have 2 containers en route. But as I said, you have my full commitment, sir, that this will be something that's a priority to address in the coming year and to prevent these situations from reoccurring.
Sir Alden?
Madam Chair, thank you very much, Mr. Critchlow. The other area I would like you to talk about, Mr. Critchlow, for the benefit not just of myself, but for those of us who, other farmers who talk to me because they think I have some real influence on what happens, is about the abattoir and the number of animals that are processed through there in the course of a year, and any challenges that you have. Not any, I know you have challenges in being able to meet the demand, particularly during this time of the year, and what needs to be done to sort of smooth out the process so that farmers can be satisfied that they can get their animals slaughtered and on the market when they're ready for market.
Mr. Critchlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Yes, we've had some staffing issues this year, but now have resolved that and are at full complement in the abattoir, which I'm pleased to say. I think during the year, as apart from some of the staffing issues, we operate fairly smoothly. This time of the year, as you well know, sir, with the demand for Christmas beef and the demand for local meats at Christmas, we increased dramatically. Our projections for this week and next week, off the top of my head, it's 96 cattle beasts, 70-something pigs, and about 50 goats. The guys are working every night. They're at full capacity right now, which our capacity is about 10 cattle per night, as well as about another 5 or 10 goats on top of that. With pigs, our capacity is about 30 per night. So the guys are working every single night to the throughput. We have a full 5-member team on the slaughter floor. We have the different guys outside receiving. We have the delivery crew operating. We have put a lot of effort in making sure the equipment is up to scratch. And thank you to with the vote and funds for this year in capital, we are currently bringing in additional backup equipment because for quite a while we were operating with not much reserves. So if a piece of critical equipment went down, that could cause problems, but I'm making sure to ensure that we have spare capacity in place so that we do not encounter these problems, and if a piece of critical equipment goes down, there's something to back it up and to get right back into operation. So to answer your question, if the growth continues next year, I think the only other option would be looking at possibly going to a second shift, but then that comes with the challenge of finding more skilled slaughtermen who could handle a second shift. But right now, with the staffing we have, we're working virtually at full capacity for these 2 weeks. And I think this is going to be one of the largest slaughter years that we've had in quite some time. Thanks, sir.
Mr. Saunders, I follow up, sir.
I yield.
Just to say thank you.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Sir Alden had mentioned before in terms of labour costs, and I know Ms. Heather would remember this in the sense of where we will get an exception request from was actually registered farmers who were looking for some of their employees to stay on longer, especially if, cattle at a certain position. The question to you, through you, Madam Chair, is the government, at least at this point, willing to either A, look at temporarily either reducing or taking off the work permit fees of the labor requirements, or sorry, for the labor costs or the laborers that some of the farmers actually need, even if it's something temporarily for a year or two. And then secondly, is it something that they would also consider in terms, like we have for specialist caregivers, to see if there's something that we can give to also exempt them from the term limit, because it is a very hard demand, it's a very hard place to actually find that kind of labor, and when you do get it, it's kind of difficult to lose it to the rollover. And we have seen where, you know, people have come and asked exemptions for their employees to stay past the normal term limit. So I wonder if that is something that the government would be willing to consider, or, you know, or something the minister would be looking to support.
Minister, just actually if you could park that question until we get to the minister's sponsor for CBC, and then we'll resurrect it again.
That's fine. I just want to get the support from this minister before we go to the next minister.
Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Madam Chair, that is something that we have been working along with the previous member, Minister for CBC. But we are still in talks of how do we get our farm helpers to become in a similar category as special caregivers, and allow them to be able to, because we do understand that, you know, when you find a good farm helper, it's very hard when they're hit the rollover time to get them, and a lot of the farmers complain that usually some of their best hands and their best helpers, when they're on that rollover period, that their crops or their whatever they're farming is usually on a decline then, and they have to actually try to train people back to be able to continue to uplift and continue the farm in the way that it was usually kept at. So it is something that we have been talking about. I must say that the Chief Officer for Customs and Border Control is actually in the works right now of actually drafting something to bring to caucus shortly.
If there are no further questions, Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Acting Director, I want to pick up on something that Sir Alden mentioned just now with regard to the veterinarians on your staff. How many do you have working with you now?
Mr. Critchlow.
Madam Chair, through you to answer the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, we currently on staff have 3 veterinary officers at the moment. And I would like to thank, on behalf of the veterinary team, Mr. Alden for his very well-received compliments of the staff, which I will certainly convey to them. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, ma'am. Through you, Mr. Critchlow, they're all Caymanians?
Through you, Madam Chair, 2 are Caymanians and 1 of our vets is not, sir.
And through you again, Madam
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Chair, am I correct that you lost 1 member of your staff maybe a couple of months ago?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, one of our senior veterinary officers decided to resign and move into, I believe, private sector. This does happen periodically, of course, as we know, in government services and private sector. But we are confident that the 3 staff that we have right now are doing an exceptional job. They have really bloomed in the last few months, and especially some are the younger female vets. They are very keen, and I think next year we are working assiduously to expand our services, including more proactive herd health management. And I think the farmers will be well pleased with some of the results in 2024 with this cadre of young vets, I say young maybe compared to me, sir, that we have. Thank you.
No, I do appreciate that, sir, and I think, you know, congratulations are due all around for the fact that you do have that many Caymanians in your cadre with, in terms of the qualified veterinarians. But do you have any others in training?
Mr. Critchlow.
Through you, Madam Chair. Veterinary services seems to be one of the most attractive areas for young Caymanians who have any interest in agriculture. I can't give you the numbers, sir. I know there are a number of young Caymanians overseas currently training because they do come back to us periodically in the summer for experience. The challenge is that most young people want to go into small animal medicine because that is the lucrative field. Large animal medicine is much more challenging, and it takes a really special personality to go into large animal. So I think you find, not only here in Cayman, but throughout globally, that one of the challenges that even in countries like US, Canada, and Britain are finding is to get enough large animal vets, because the pull and the attraction is the small animals. So I think most of the qualified Caymanian vets, a lot of them have gone that route. But we still work to try and encourage any that want experience when they are training to come to the department. Thank you, sir.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the question in PAH 24, Agriculture Support and Regulatory Services, 10,500,096 for 2024, 10,489,129 for 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Moving on to PAH 26, Public Transport Services, $1,044,060 for 2024, $1,052,770 for 2025. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I'll put the question to PAH 26, Public Transport Services, $1,044,060, $1,052,770 for 24 and 25 respectively. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. PAH 27, Facilities Management, $5,126,702, $5,126,702 for 24 and 25 respectively. It's open for questions. Ms. Barbara Conley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question to the Honourable Minister is South Sound Community Centre. That has been under renovation for, I think it's been over a year. Can the Honourable Minister say how much longer before we're able to utilize that centre again?
Chief Officer. Please state your name and position.
Craig Maitland, Facilities Management Department. Through you, Madam Chair. The South Sound Civic Center needed extra repairs. We did a structural assessment. Upon completion of that, we did some roof repairs, but we realized that we had to do more in terms of a full renovation. So it's not taking a full renovation. We're doing ADA compliant bathrooms, renovating the kitchen. We're doing ceiling renovations, new flooring. So we're expecting to have that center open by February of next year, early February.
If there in a follow-up, okay. If there are no further questions, I'll put a question in PAH 27, Facilities Management, $5,126,702 for 24, $5,126,702 for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. NHT4, Administration of Affordable Housing Initiative, $178,000 for 24, $178,000 for 25. It's open for questions.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
May I suggest a block vote on NHT 4, 5, 6, and 7 as they all relate to the same function?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Chair, I do have a question with regard to the Guaranteed Home Assisted Mortgage Program.
Can I put NGHT4 then?
Yes, please.
Or do you want a question and do a block on those 5, 4?
NHD4 is fine.
Okay. NHD4, Administration of the Affordable Housing Initiative, $178,000 for both 24 and 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. NHD5, Administration of the Government Guaranteed Home Assisted Mortgage Program, $282,000 for both 24 and 25 is open for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister. Is there any capacity left under the existing or previous GGHAM programs that government had instituted?
Honourable Minister. I'll recognise Ms. Leda and I'll ask her to state her name and position when she is so seated.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Leda Nicholson McCassidy from the Ministry of Housing. Madam Chair, through you, our understanding is that present under the current GGHAM, there's no more capacity to expand on that. It would require us to get Cabinet's approval and then come back to the Honourable House with a motion.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you for that answer. Can you say whether there are plans to move forward with seeking to implement now a new program?
Ms. Leda.
Madam Chair, through you, I think my Honourable Minister and the Honourable Premier have mentioned in their opening speech as well with regards to the new program, the new initiative, Home, that will mimic that of the GGHAM with current market conditions, adjusting to current market conditions.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No, that's fine for me, ma'am.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Cook-Colonel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're all in support of the program that was identified. Can you tell us where the funds are for that?
Ms. Leda?
Yes.
Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, through you, you won't see the funds in this particular budget. It will have to, I probably could defer this to the FS, but you won't see the allocation in this particular budget. It's still being discussed.
I think the important, through you, Madam Chair, the important thing for us, we're in support of it. And we just wanted to make sure that there's nothing that is being missed for it not to go forward. And if you're satisfied that it's covered, we're happy.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I just wanted to address quickly the aspect of the funding and the guarantee, etc. So there is no funding stated in the appropriation bill before us because the government itself is not going to be making funds available for the homes. What the program, the GGHAM program entailed, and I think the home program will also entail, its successor, Home is the successor to GGHAM, entails the government guaranteeing a portion of mortgages that a homeowner would have to go out and secure. So that is the aspect that the House and Finance, the House would need to deal with, providing a guarantee for the home project coming up, and we would expect that the Ministry would bring, perhaps even the Minister of Finance on behalf of the Ministry of Housing would bring a motion to the Parliament seeking the Parliament's agreement for government to issue a guarantee in respect of the home program. But the actual funding is not necessary because government is not making dollars and cents available to future homeowners to essentially get money or to receive a payment from government.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for that answer, and I understand that it's a guarantee. The only question we had was, since there was an amount identified here for the GGM program, and this was superseding it, we were just making sure that it was covered. That's all.
Mr. Leader, is this for the Housing Trust or administrative?
Yeah. Madam Chair, that's correct. So that would be for the administrative, whatever the new name program, that would be the cost to, for the administrative fees, yes, through NHDT, that allocation.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote on NHD 5, Administration of the Government Guaranteed Home Assisted Mortgage Program, 282,000 for 24 and for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Turning now to NGH 6, Administration of the New Affordable Housing Initiative, 230,000 for both 24 and 25. Are there any questions? Miss 6 and 7, I didn't get a confirmation from the leader of the opposition, but I'm happy to take it at this time. 6 and 7. I'll put the question for NHT 6 and NHT 7 being Administration of the New Affordable Housing Initiative, 230,000 for both 24 and 25. NHT 7, Administration on the Build of Your Own Property Initiative, 20,000 for 24 and 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Moving on to URC 1, Draft and Instruction for the Development of Legislation and Policy Advice, 74,289 for 24 and 25.
No.
Are there any questions?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Can we take URC 1 to URC 12 in a...
No, I got questions.
Okay, are there any questions on URC 1?
Yes.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, just in terms of OFREG itself, because, this is policy advice part. What's the outstanding account receivable for OFREG?
Honourable Minister. We're just giving some time for the OFREG team to enter the chamber to assist the Honourable Minister and his Chief Officer in the answering of the questions. Honourable Minister, you're ready now, sir.
Melissa Powery, Financial Controller.
Could you speak up a little bit, please?
Melissa Powery, Financial Controller, OFREG. Through you, Madam Chair, at October 31st, 2023, total accounts receivable that we had outstanding was 1.2 million.
Outstanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. Of that amount, how much of it is over 90 days?
Ms. Melissa.
Madam Chair, through you, I actually do not have the breakdown, but I can provide it at a later time.
Sorry, Mr. Saunders, is that satisfactory?
The breakdown, no, I still got another follow-up question. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Financial Controller. Rather than, how many entities are we talking about that comprise of that 1.2 million?
Ms. Melissa Powery.
Through you, Madam Chair, the 1.2 million actually has a number of licensees that are unbilled, so there is some unbilled revenues included in that number. Our regulatory fees are collected on a quarterly basis, but we accrue for those funds on a monthly basis. So there is a portion of that that is actually unbilled. But I think the member might be referring to more the billed aspect of those accounts receivable when you speak to what's in the over 90 category. As I mentioned, I don't have the exact numbers, but what we do have in that over 90 category that is material is concentrated to 2 licensees.
2 licensees?
That is material.
That is material?
Yes,
what are those?
Mr. Saunders, might I just beg your indulgence for the chair's clarification to just try to understand and follow? Are we calling a receivable, and are we including unbilled payments for receivables?
We have on items that we're accruing for that we know are coming due at the end of a quarter. That's mainly our regulatory fees, but we do accrue for them on a monthly basis in line with accrual accounting.
So even though they're not received, they're still called receivables?
But they're included in that accounts receivable makeup that I have here. I can provide the unbilled versus billed numbers for the member if that is required.
Mr. Saunders?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in terms of 2 licensees, that is material amount?
Yes, sir.
And what's the amount owned by those 2 licensees of the 1.2 million?
Ms. Melissa?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have those numbers. I would have to provide those at a later time as well. I don't have the breakdown before me.
Good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you. I know there were recent media reports concerning one large outstanding that as well, it has now gone through the courts, it has now been settled. Has that amount been paid as yet?
Can I just ask Mrs. Saunders, is the appeal not completed?
Yes, it is. It has basically been dismissed, yeah.
And there are no further?
No, it's been thrown out.
Let me rephrase it. Has it 21 days elapsed for the opportunity to appeal? I just want to make sure it's not sub judice, so you may have to rephrase to keep out of that arena. You're creative.
Very. That's all right. I think the public understand what is going on. That's fine. I will leave it. But the reason why I raise it, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, is that we have farmers struggling, which I talked about earlier. Regular people. And then you have these multi-million organizations that just don't want to pay who can pay. And that is where the issue is. You know what I mean? And that is one of the culture. I feel confident now with you in that chair. You're in that position that is something that will be tackled. You know, those who should pay it needs to pay. That's all I'll say. I'll leave it at that.
Miss Melissa, did you want to add anything further? Or you? Okay.
No, ma'am.
If there are no further questions, oh, sorry, Mr. Colonel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I would ask this question under URC 11.
So can I take it that there are no questions on opposition from 6, 7, 10?
I don't have any.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, can I put a block vote on those then? URC 1, drafting instructions for the development of...
Madam Chair, I got one more question related to OFREG before you move off of that.
From one? Okay, Mr. Saunders, please proceed.
Apologies. This is one of my last questions. With regards, and this is not finance related, it's actually fuel related. In terms of testing of fuel quality, through you, Madam Chair, can you just briefly explain to us how the testing of fuel quality is actually done on island?
Mr. Eric Bush. Mr. Peter Goff looked like he might be coming to your aid.
Yes, Madam Chair, I think that's far more detail that I cannot provide a response to.
Can you please state your name and position, Mr. Goff?
It's Peter Goff. I'm the Interim Chief Executive Officer of OFREG. To answer the question, we have acquired mobile testing equipment in the middle of last year, and we are testing all quality of fuels on island. We used to have to take those samples and send them away to Florida. Sometimes the quality samples got lost. Some were out of time. It was taking 3 or 4 months to get the results back. Now we have our own equipment and we can do it on island.
So just to be clear for the record, all of the fuel now is tested on island now?
That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any further questions? If not, can I put the vote on URC 1, URC 6, URC 7, URC 10, being 1, drafting instructions for the development of legislation and policy advice 74,289 for 24 and 25. URC 6, regional and international representation 50,000 for 24 and 25. URC 7, national cybersecurity initiatives 100,000 for 24 and 25. URC 10, monitoring and controlling the storage, handling, quality, and administration of fuel products 812,000 for 24 and 25. All those in favor, please say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. URC 11. I believe there's a question. Mr. Kirkernel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the question that I get more than any other question at my MP office is, can you explain to me why in Miami gasoline is $3 and something? In the Cayman Islands, gasoline ranges between $5 and almost $7 at the pump. I'm assuming that OFREG has drilled down into this and pulled it from the Platts price to the buildup of what happens at the pump, and you're satisfied that the margins that are being charged are fair.
Mr. Goff.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll get my technical expert to explain the situation. We are in the process of developing changes to the legislation, the Dangerous Substances Act, in terms of allowing us to publish the prices as they land. At the moment, the law doesn't allow us to do that. We also started an exercise which we're doing in the BRAC, which is actually to get fuel companies to provide us with regulatory accounts, which means that they have to keep their accounts on the basis that we know how much each gas station is making on a gallon of fuel. So those are a couple of things we're doing to try and bring more transparency to how the prices are built up. But I would like to refer to our expert on that, if you don't mind, Madam Chair.
Please do. Please state your name and your position for the committee.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Louis Boucher, Executive Director, Energy, Fuels and Utilities. So, as the CEO was explaining, there is a discrepancy, obviously, between, I guess, Miami today and Grand Cayman now. However, if you look at other places, there's places in England where the price of fuel is actually higher than Grand Cayman. There's also places in Canada, US, that are also higher. So there's the landed cost, or there's the cost of the fuel that gets put on the ship in the States, which is the Platts price. And then there's a series of fees that we do monitor. And as the CEO was mentioning, we are working on getting more transparency out of our licensees in the fuel sector. And also, you may be aware there's also the fuel duty on every gallon of fuel that gets pumped into people's cars. So, it's a small nation, so the volume, if we had higher volumes, then maybe that would help with the costs a little bit. However, the infrastructure's there, it has to be paid for, and all the fees to get the fuel to the pump. But regulatory accounts is something that we're working on, and we're being fought by the licensees. They don't think we need to know that information, but obviously we disagree. So we've been taking the minister's advice. Don't be afraid to go to court. So if it comes down to that, then that's what we'll be doing.
Mr. Cokerno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Louis, the question was, are you satisfied that there are fair margins in place? And I think the answer you just gave is you're still waiting on some more information before you feel comfortable?
No, we do have the data, and it's I guess, trust but verify. I mean, we have the margins, we know what they're charging, but we need to get more into the operations and where's the money going? Like with if I use a CUC for example, they're an integrated company, and there's they have the generation and T&D, so sometimes it's hard to see the trees from the forest. So we are that's where we're going now. We're going into more detail to take a deeper dive to and if there is something that we're not comfortable with, then certainly but we have to work with what we have right now, and go down the tighter regulatory approach as we're working on the regulatory accounts right now.
Mr. Cokerno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when my constituents ask me, why is gasoline $3 in Miami and $5 in the Cayman Islands, my answer is going to be that we're waiting. Off-reg is the body that looks at it and must be satisfied with the prices charged.
Mr. Louis,
thank you.
Louis.
I agree, and that is our job, and we are, we're getting to that phase where we need, where we're going to have more details, and if there's something that, if there's something, I'll be honest, I just took this position in November. I have a lot of experience in electricity and more experience in the water sector. I'm still growing in the water sector. The fuel sector is obviously, it's not entirely new to me, but the details, I can tell you that I take my responsibilities seriously, and I'm going to be doing what I have to in collaboration with the Chief Operating Officer and the CEO to get what we need to get a better handle on the sector. There is competition. We could open up the markets to competition, and CUC, for example, is the largest diesel consumer on the island, and every 5 years they get the fuel suppliers to sharpen their pencil. And if that's something that Off-reg needs to start doing for the general consumer, then that's what we're going to be doing as well.
Mr. Cokerno, then Mr. Barnabush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just through you to thank the team from Off-reg for the answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnabush.
Mr. Chair, through you. Madam Chair, my apologies, Madam. Off-reg works for the people. Am I correct?
Correct. The people pay off reg to regulate. Correct.
And to help us and defend us. Thank you. Now, Madam Chair, through you, was there a time when the fuel suppliers was there to supply and not retail? Now I understand that they are retailing. When did this change and how was this allowed to happen? Because at one time, I'm pretty sure they were only allowed to supply as wholesalers. And then the gas stations were supposed to be all privately owned and the retailers were separate. Now I understand that the suppliers are now retailing. If this is so, when did this happen and why did it happen?
Mr. Eric Bush, not sure if it's off reg or trade and business license, but it'd be nice to have an answer.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you, I'm just, if I can just beg your indulgence. Through you, Madam Chair, we don't have
Mr. Eric Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, we don't have to hand the chronology of events as requested, but we will certainly undertake to provide that to the honourable member.
Do you have a follow-up,
No,
Mr.
Madam
Bush?
Chair, the good Mr. Bush gave me a good answer, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Bush.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, just expanding on an earlier question. When we say that all the fuel is tested here, at what point do we test the fuel? Is it when it's in the tank or when it arrives on island?
Mr. Bush?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to have to ask the technical staff at Ofreg to answer that if you please.
Madam Chair, we definitely test it when there's an issue with a complaint.
No. This is a different, where I'm going with this, trust me.
Okay.
Please state your name and position for the committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dwayne Tucker, and I'm the fuels analyst, regulatory analyst at Ofreg.
Could you please speak up a bit, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dwayne Tucker, and I'm the regulatory fuels analyst at Ofreg.
Yeah, the question is, through you, Madam Chair, the question is, earlier the CEO testified that the fuel quality is actually checked on island. So I'm asking, is it checked when it's arrived, or is it checked after it's been in the tank, or they check it at the tank?
Okay. So currently we are doing random tests. So it's not done for every import that is into the island. So it's just random.
Okay.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To you, Madam Chair. Next question. The fuel that arrives on island, what grade or octane level fuel it is that arrives on island when you guys test at random?
Mr. Tucker.
Yes. Through you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, sorry. The octane levels that we're finding, it's between 87 octane and 93 octane, depending on the supplier or the retailer.
Good. No.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on Public Accounts Committee, we had the CEO or the country manager / of Rubis. First of all, could not explain $2 of markup price. Here, Mr. Bernie Bush should remember that testimony, other than to say Cayman is an expensive jurisdiction. Now, here's, and I'm just going to ask you indulgence a little bit so my question will make sense. There are two types of fuel being sold on island, 89 and 93. Now, the question is, and one particular fuel company has 4 tanks. Those tanks hold 2 diesel, 1 have gas, and 1 fuel. Now, if the fuel is coming on island is 87, Then the question is, and they're charging us for 89 and 93. The first question is, who is testing the quality to ensure that it's being boosted to 89 and 93? That's the first question, because we're being charged for 93 and we're being charged for 89. So the question is the testing quality in terms of the boosting itself, because we know for a fact it was 87 that was arriving on island. And the reason why I asked that, the reason why I brought that up, Madam Chair, is that when we go to compare prices on other islands, they're telling us that we can't compare the prices because we are doing 89 and 93 and those islands are doing 87. When in fact it is 87 that's actually arriving on island. But Madam Speaker, I know the good minister is bringing a motion for the select committee to deal with this on the fuel. We'll just take it there. But at the end of the day, I just want to lay the groundwork right now to off-reg that they basically need to step up where it comes on to fuel, because the people in this country is being ripped off. That's all I'm going to say, but we'll deal with it at the select committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Seymour, Minister Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the good gentleman testify that they don't test every shipment on arrival. I also heard the good CEO testify earlier that we're not doing the 4-month wait from Miami anymore, and that we have our own testing equipment. I'm wondering, Madam Chair, whether the team could consider testing every shipment.
Mr. Tucker.
Let me just pass this question on to Mr. Boucher, if I may.
Madam Chair, through you, the answer is yes, we could. However, the output figure might have to be adjusted accordingly.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Seymour.
I need to know what percentage of the arrival of fuel is tested.
Mr. Eric Bush.
I don't have that data in the back of my back pocket right now, but typically we follow statistical. Is it a 5%?
Madam Chair, if I may, what I'm hearing is
Mr. Eric Bush, it seems like you need your assistance.
Yes, ma'am. Again, what I'm hearing is that that detailed information is not readily available, but we will undertake to provide it to the Honourable Minister.
And what I'm hearing, that it's not a daily practice, so it doesn't come to the forefront. But I leave your good executive administrative DNA to ensure that that's taken care of when they do the deep dive. Because for one, I've been buying 93 thinking I've been getting 93. There could be a big class action. I rest my case.
Me too, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Minister Seymour.
I was trying to help them with some math. It's not my forte, but at least we could have looked at how many checks were being done and what the budget was.
If there are no other questions, URC 11, Economic Regulations, Monitoring and Directing of the Fuel Sector and Relevant Market, 610-293 for 24 and 25. All those in favor? Aye. All those against? I believe the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker.
Mr. Saunders.
On a division on this one, please, because I'm going to abstain.
Madam Clerk, can you call a division, please? Madam Clerk, please call the vote, the members so they can vote. Just bearing in mind that if everybody abstained, there wouldn't be no money for any testing.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable J. Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Honorable McKeeva Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Dwayne Seymour. Honorable Heather Bodin.
Aye.
Mr. Barney Bush. Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Mr. Joey Hu.
Aye.
Mrs. Moses Kirkconnell.
Aye.
Ms. Barbara Connolly.
Aye.
Mr. David White.
Aye.
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Abstain.
Honorable Wayne Panton. Absent.
The result of the vote is 16 ayes, 1 absent, and 1 abstention. The ayes have it. Moving on to URC 12, Management of the Cayman Islands Internet Domain and Verification of the ICT Licensee Fees, $133,418 for 2024 and the same amount for 2025. Are there any questions? If, Honourable Minister of Tourism. If not, I'll put the vote on URC 12, Management of the Cayman Islands Internet Domain and Verification of the ICT Licensee Fees, $133,418 for 24 and 25 respectively. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Moving on to NGS 24, Spraying and Neutering of Dogs and Cats. I put the question for NGS 24, spraying and neutering of dogs and cats for $30,000 for 24 and 25. NGS 84, Cayman Islands Agricultural Society, $187,000 for both 24 and 25. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Transfer payments, TP 76, Assistance for Infrastructure Development, $200,000 in 24, $372,000 in 25. Are there any questions? If not, I put a question for TP 76, Assistant for Infrastructure and Development, $200,000, $372,000 for 25. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. TP 84, Agriculture Sector Development, 2012, $212,000 for 24 and $800,000 for 25. Are there any questions? If not, I put the question for TP 84, $212,000 for 24 and $800,000 for 25. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. TP 124, Sponsorship and Scholarships 400,000 for 24 and for 25. Are there any questions? Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can the Minister tell us what sponsorships and scholarships are being given by his ministry over the next 2 years?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, we spoke about earlier in that we have sometimes are coming up with a lot of problem of finding people that want to get into the planning department and agriculture department, as the member for Red Bay mentioned earlier about getting Caymanians more involved into the agriculture sector and into the planning department. That is more or less what these scholarships and sponsorship money is for.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, are these local scholarships, overseas scholarships, combination?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, it would actually be a combination of both.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, do you have a follow-up? If not, will it be followed by Sir Alden?
Madam Chair, what I'm wondering is what differentiates these scholarships from those that are awarded by the Education Council? Why is this on the Minister for Agriculture? I would have thought that the Education Council was best placed to determine scholarships. What expertise is there within the department or the ministry to deal with these sorts of things?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, the reason that we wanted to put money in for scholarships this year was directly to involve into the planning department. As I said before, we have a problem finding people to fit into that department. When it comes to examiners, when it comes to building inspectors, for some reason it seems like the economy has lit up a little bit more on the US side or whatever, because a lot of them want to go back home and work. And so we want to push our Caymanians more into the planning department. We want to push our Caymanians more into the agriculture side of the department. So we thought it was just best fitting that if we had some money that we could actually allocate directly to try to get people involved more into the planning department and more people involved into the agriculture department, like the veterinarian service that the member mentioned earlier that was running so good and properly and had so many young Caymanians involved into it. This is what this money is actually allocated for, to see that we can get more young Caymanians involved into services like that so that we can help assist the farmers and help those to get those planning reviews and those building inspectors, to see that we have Caymanians more involved when it comes to building inspectors.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Sir Alden had a follow-up, if you give way.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Definitely.
Madam Chair, I'm not for a moment knocking the initiative, and I agree with everything the Minister said. But this is an administrative function. And I have been here long enough to see what a disaster it can be to put scholarships on the ministries which have not the requisite personnel and experience to administer the whole scholarship program. Why is this not left to the Education Council to deal with the administration? By all means, the ministry can promote the fact that there are these scholarships and sponsorships available, but administratively, this, in my view, is not a good idea. I came in as Minister and Premier to clean up a massive mess resulting from putting scholarships on the ministries where they ought not to have been. Well, that's what the Auditor General said too.
The Auditor General, Madam Speaker,
Mr. McKeever-Bush.
Yes, the Auditor General stopped a lot of Caymanians from getting where they ought to have got because the administration was not pushing them That's why the nation building had to come in, and a lot of qualified Caymanians out there. And it's not as Sir Alden is trying to say about a massive mess. What they done was stop a lot of families. They hurt a lot of families. They stopped a lot of children from getting where they ought to have got.
I recognize that.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
I wasn't picking on the minister, my good friend, Mr. Bush. But unfortunately, he was somewhere else when I was Premier dealing with the fallout from. But I wasn't trying to pick on him. That's why I didn't identify what the program was. But you know what I say about when you throw a rock in a pig pen, right? The one that squeal the loudest, the one you hit.
No, ma'am. No, the pig got hit here. What got hit was what I knew. People. That's who got hit. And while I wasn't there, as he said, he was Premier, but I was where I could watch him too. And I know how much damage you've done to people.
I'll recognize Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think the description for this, rather than saying scholarship, I think you should also have the word apprenticeship beside it, because I think at the end of the day, I know for a fact that in some cases, the departments and the ministry have actually taken on apprentices, and I think that would be a much better description. And the reason I mention it, Madam Chair, is that I know the tourism also had a scholarship program in place too, where specifically with a different kind of, we're more geared towards the industry itself. So I think this is actually more scholarships and apprenticeship than anything else, where you're trying to get a particular specialized, encourage a kind of specialized participation. But I know in some cases they actually manage some of these through the Education Council also, and you can always transfer the funds if needs be.
Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I recognize the concern that the Good Honourable Sir McLaughlin has highlighted, and good reason to be wary and to make sure these scholarships are awarded in the proper way. And since the Ministry of Tourism scholarship process has also been highlighted in this discussion, I thought it'd be important that I add some context to the concern brought up by my good colleague. The Ministry of Tourism came and found a scholarship program within our ministry, which wasn't created by this administration. And I dare say it was under the leadership of the good Sir McLaughlin. So, well, I know on another.
Blame me for that too.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, what is important?
Madam Chair, that's on a point of order. I did not create this tourism scholarship.
What's your point of order, please?
Well, that is misleading what the member has said. Not the member speaking, the Minister of Tourism. What Sir Alden is trying to input, he might be trying to cover up some of his conscience. But this is not, I didn't create that. That was created by the late Thomas Jefferson. I increased it, and I'm glad I did. They myself have increased it too, I'm not sure.
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to take some good leadership from the good Honourable Deputy Premier, who guides me to say I always try to find a way positively out of this. But it's important to record that over the last 8 years, the last 2 terms of the administration, it wasn't taken out. So we came and found it still there. But what is important for this Honourable House and the listening public to know is that ministries have the ability to consult with the Education Council and the Scholarship Secretariat in the application. Just the mere funding being in the ministry to sign off on it. So ultimately those who need to oversee the process can still be accomplished, and the relevant ministries can secure the funding specific to that particular area. So I don't know if that helps the Honourable House.
I think the Honourable, I'll take the afternoon break at this time, and the Honourable Minister can consider whether he wants to amend TP 124 to say apprenticeships, or whether he wants it to remain as sponsorship and scholarship under the administration, as is done with tourism, where the administration is done by the Secretariat, but the Minister's sign off. I'm not able, unfortunately, to speak further to this because this obviously was agreed with the former Premier, and here we are today. I certainly support all monies to help Caymanians, but I understand some of the concerns. So we'll take the break now and return at 6:30.
Madam Chair?
I didn't get my chance.
Can you just bring that chance at 6:30 for some obvious reasons? Thank you. Can the members please return to the chamber so that we can continue with Finance Committee? Finance Committee is resumed. Just before we took the break, we were dealing with TP 124. I will recognize Honorable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it was important to give some clarity to a comment, contribution I gave earlier before the break. Earlier I said that the Scholarship Secretariat assists with the scholarships through the Ministry of Tourism. The truth is the scholarships are administered based on the same policy as the Scholarship Secretariat, meaning that they have to maintain the same grades. The criteria for them to be accepted are followed based on the same policy that they do, but it's administered through the DOT, which has, a scholarship has been in place for over 27 years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Bernabush.
Is one thing that all of this is well and said, well and done, but we cannot do what was done the last time. When you have a Caymanian student overseas on a scholarship that may not have came through the Scholarship Secretariat by one of those programs that was being argued about with a 3.2 GPA, and told on New Year's Day that they don't have a scholarship anymore with 5 months to graduate, that when they came back home, they were one of the first people selected for a job and went on to become employee of the year in a company. We can't do that for sure in the future if we change things again to our own people. And I got all the emails, I got everything on that case. We cannot shortchange our people. 5 months to graduate and you got to stop it just because you don't like the program? We can't do those things.
If there are no other questions, I'll put the question TP 124, 400,000 for both 24 and 25. All those in favor, please say aye. Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Other executive expenses, OE 93 Caribbean Agriculture Research Development Institute, 122,000 for both 24 and 25. Are there any questions? Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Chair, I think we could, unless someone indicates me otherwise, I think we could put all of these OEs to the vote.
Thank you, sir. OE 93, I just mentioned. Caribbean Agriculture Research Development Institute, 122,000 for 24 and 25. OE 101, depreciation of the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development Executive Assets, 9,694,000 for both 24 and 25. OE 122, Commonwealth Telecommunication Organization, 20,000 for both 24 and 25. OE 123, Global Island Partnership, 5,000 for 24 and for 25. OE 124, Caribbean Telecommunications Union, 12,000 for 24 and 12,000 for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Turning now to EIA 57, National Housing Development Trust, 8 million for 24 and 7 million for 25. Are there any questions? Recognize Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Chair, I'm taking it that the 15 million over the 2 years is to finish off the 100 plus houses that you spoke of in your debate.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, that is correct.
Are they, if there are no, Minister Saunders?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Just with regards to the Cox Lumber site, Minister, can you give us an update in terms of what the plans are?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, the Cox Lumber site on Eastern Avenue, the National Housing Development is looking at doing a multi-story development on that project. While I'm at, we're also looking to build out the old Apple Blossom site in West Bay with all the homes also. So both of them will actually start to progress in the new year.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote to EI 57. National Housing Development Trust, 8 million for 2024 and 7 million for 2025. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. EI 71, Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development, 3,950,781 for 2024, 1,007,510 for 2025. It's open for questions. If there are no questions, I'll put it to the vote. EI 71, Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development, 3,950,781. One is 007,510 for 2025. The former for 2024. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Executive Assets, EA 78, Government Administration Building, 500,000 for 24, 1.5 million for 2025. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I'll put it to the vote. EA 78, Government Administration Building, 500,000 for 24 and 1.5 million for 25. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. EA 148, Major Roadworks Expansion Projects, 14 million for 2024 and 12.5 million for 2025. Are there any questions? Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister, can the Minister outline for us what the major projects are that this would cover?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, EA 148 is our major road capital works. That would be covering the cost of the finishing of the Linford Pearson, also the completion of the road up to from the King's roundabout, the extra lanes that we're putting in there. Also, the start of the east-west arterial highway.
Recognize Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister to explain what is planned about the third lane from Grand Harbour roundabout down to what we'll call the King's roundabout. I know there was discussions when I was Premier about filling back in parts of the lake, which was created to get the fill to build the Baptist church as a third lane. Because, I mean, of course I traverse that every single day almost, like I suppose most people do. But now that we're going to have 3 lanes a long ways in, and you've got 3 lanes coming down from the east, you're going to wind up with some kind of bottleneck there if you don't create a third lane. I just wonder where, I know those discussions were being had even years ago, where that is in the overall plan.
Madam Chair, through you. The lane that the Minister for Red Bay is talking about is the one in front of Agape Church coming into the, First Baptist Church coming in. Yeah. Madam Chair, he is correct. That lane, we are looking to expand a third lane in that area. We anticipate that we should be able to get that to be able to build that third lane starting off in the new year. One of the reasons that have held us up with building the lane outgoing from across the road on the Lion Center side towards that we have utilities that we need to get moved out of our way. So we're still waiting on CUC to move those so that we could do both lanes at the same time in that one section. At the time being, because we were held by that, we decided to go to Rex Crichton Boulevard, Rex Crichton straight there, to actually widen that into an extra lane, so that would actually be done. So we could do that this year, so we don't have to worry about it for this budget. So we will come back now in the new year now and add the extra lane on both sides of the road, going into town and out of town, coming in the new year.
Sir Alden.
Madam Chair, just to make sure I understand. Minister, when you respond through the chair, when you responded by saying Rex Crichton Straight, you mean what we call Spot Straight, where Mr. Rex Crichton's house is on the bypass. The bypass. Oh, okay.
Are there any other questions? Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I recognise you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister. Minister, can you say if there have been any further work done with regard to the issue that exists at the Hurley's Roundabout in Grand Harbour with regard to the issue we had in summer with the closing of a lane there?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, all of that actually connects into the same question that the member from Red Bay asked, with the two lanes go on the Lion Center side. There's one land acquisition that we're finishing up dealing with right now by the Lion Center, which will actually allow us then to be able to redesign the roundabout, the CUC roundabout there, and allow us to be able to move traffic through Edgewater, which is the road behind Lion Center. And once that is actually done, then we could actually block off that section by the Hurley's roundabout to allow traffic to be able to flow through the back part of Edgewater, coming all the way up. So they would actually be able to bypass. So if you wanted to come out from Hurley's now, you would actually take two options. It's either you go down to the roundabout where the old car wash used to be by the school, or you would have to come up by the King's Sports Center up there.
Are there any other questions? If not, I'll put the vote on EA. 148 major roadworks expansion projects, 14 million for 2024 and 12.5 million for 2025. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. EA 161 submarine cable, 1.5 million in 2024 and $500,000 for 2025. Are there any questions? If the Honourable Leader of Opposition? No?
Questions?
If there are no questions, I'll put the question on EA161 submarine cable for 1.5 million in 2024 and $500,000 in 2025. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. EA168 infrastructure and development, 4,850,000 for 2024 and 5,158,490. Are they in a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Hugh.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I see this, the description is minor district works, civic centers, park upgrades, and GTR. Can the Honourable Minister say whether or not my upgrade to the Neil Godfrey Park in the Washington Boulevard area, which has been long planned, is a part of this? We'll be having our Christmas party on the 21st, and the only person that gains out of that is massive, where I have to rent the porta potties from them. But it's a very heavily used park, Minister, and the community hold several functions there throughout the year, and we could really use the bathroom block.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, this EA 168 is a money that's allocated for parks, which we have looked at all of our parks. I've named some of them just in the last day or so that we're going to be looking at. I've been out to the park with the member from Georgetown North, and he's actually told us exactly what he wanted to be done out there. And the works are in progress to updating the park as best as we can.
If there are no other questions, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, just to confirm from the Honourable Minister, the money for the Northward and Wilty Park and the roads are inside this vote, right?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I wanted to hear.
Okay. Sir Alton, did you?
Madam Chair.
Sir Alden is trying to make an intervention.
I want to thank the Minister for coming and having a long, hard look at the park in Prospect and Red Bay. The Sanchez Memorial Park, and along with most of his team, and also then going on a tour of the roads in the Red Bay and part of the Prospect constituency, so that I was able to point out to him the things I thought we needed to get done. There's been some considerable work done at the park over the course of the last couple of months, and I wonder if the Honourable Minister could update the committee about that work and when it is likely that it'll be completed and we can have a formal opening, even though people have been using it now for a few years.
Honourable Minister, you wish to respond? Mr. Eric Bush.
Madam Chair, through you, if I could ask the Director of Public Works to respond.
Please state your name and position for the committee.
Troy Worms, Director of Public Works. Through you, Madam Chair. Currently, the park is scheduled to be completed for Q1 2024. There's a significant amount of work that's currently being done, and the key matters to be resolved is some approvals through BCU and inspections, and just making sure that some readings that we were getting on the site were taken care of. There's some electrical matters. My apologies, sorry, I'm reading the wrong project. Continuity and the funding for this project has been confirmed for 2024, and basically we're going through the next steps of the plant procurement and the approvals required, issuing RFQs for the calisthenic park that's planned for it as well. Recently completed, we have done the topsoil filling along the south boundary wall and chip and spray in the Prospect Drive entrance. So those are the significant upgrades that has been happening that the former Premier spoke of. And the division walls between the properties as well.
Sir Alden.
Yes, Madam Chair, thanks very much to the Director for that. I just have one concern, which I think everyone who wants to use these parks must have. That is what I call the abuse of the parks by people for purposes which we'd rather they didn't have. And what is the policy, or is there a policy with respect to what can be done in the public parks which are owned by the Cayman Islands government? In particular, smoking and drinking is my big concern, because unfortunately, quite recently, the Sanchez Memorial Park has started to become a site at which certain people are gathering and hang out there for most of the day and into the night, drinking and so forth, and that is going to completely destroy the whole purpose for which we've been trying for all these years to get the park. I see what has happened in Bordentown at the Cowood Park, and I am determined not to let that happen down there. So if there's a policy that that's not allowed, then obviously we can take steps to enforce it. But if there's no policy, then I'm not sure what we do.
Mr. Eric Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whilst the Ministry and Public Works are responsible for the enhancement of the parks, if you will, the ownership lay with the Public Lands Commission. But we will take those concerns from the honourable member and work with the Public Lands Commission to address those.
And just to say, there is a policy, and there are inspectors. So if there's an issue, bring it to the either the chairman or the PLC, or to the lead inspectorate that's there, or to Mr. Wilbur, who was here earlier, Sir Alden, and others.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What was the name?
The PLC, Public Lands Commission.
Yeah, no, the individual.
Oh. Wilbur, welcome.
Oh, my cousin. Okay.
Yeah. Minister Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the member from Red Bay talk about Cowood, and what I'm reminded though that these are public parks, and sometimes I think the public want to have their say as to what they want to use it for too. But in saying that, and I agree with the wrong usage, there many years ago there was a bad accident that happened at Cowood Beach, and I think everyone knew about it. There were a jet ski totally destroyed one of the cabanas. There's been no attempt to replace that cabana in one of the fastest growing districts. Most of the cabanas there now need some serious upkeep or replacing, and also the restrooms. In some regard, there seems to be some vandalism to the restrooms there, and hence my reason in terms of trying to employ those persons, those 25 persons that I always talk about throughout each district to manage and maintain parks. And you know, we just can't be building these facilities to the level that we build them, and then we're not managing them properly. People are just allowed to destroy them in some regards. And right now, the Cowood Public Beach restrooms need upgrading, amongst other elements there, including the cabanas. And I had spoke to the minister previously, Madam Chair. I know they had went out and got some quotes and stuff. But what my question is in this vote, is the money's there, to upgrade. There's not much that you mentioned that you got funding for Borden Town. So I'm trying to figure out what you have funding for Borden Town in specific. But everyone knows that Cowood Beach needed tremendous amount of upgrading. And I want to know if some thought could be put into, if it hasn't been put in already, in terms of the many millions that are being spent. And I know that you cross and see there every evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister Seymour. When I next see the Minister responsible for lands, a reminder of your request for the hat. And the Honourable Minister for Infrastructure and Development would be the one that you would speak to as it relates to the ramp or the dock that was injured by the ski. And I see his chief officer shaking his head, who sits next to you. So I think that's an affirmative resolution to do something about it.
Madam Chair.
Mr. McKeever Bush.
Madam Chair, if this is the vote that we was talking about, well, in caucus in regards to the building of toilets, this is not the one.
We voted on the building of toilets for Grand Cayman when Mr. Wilbur was here.
That one?
Yes, sir. So,
but the funds was there, right?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Providing they don't charge $400,000 per toilet. It should be there.
Hope not.
There are no further questions. Can I put the vote then to EA 168, Infrastructure and Development for $4,850,000 for 24 and $5,158,490 for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. That concludes appropriation to the Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. Minister, would you like to convey your appreciation?
Madam Chair, I just want to say a thank you to all of the staff that was here with me today and all of them that actually do all of the hard work behind the scenes. I want to say thank you to the staff at our Agriculture Department, all of the hard work they do, all of the staff at NRA for everything they're doing, and all the late nights that they have been pushing to try to get Linford Pearson open. I just want to tell them thank you. The staff at NHDT, all the hard work that they have been doing to push out the amount of homes, and you've heard throughout my speech the amount of homes that we have planned to do next year. I applaud every one of them for doing all pushing and continuing. For all of our departments, I just want to thank them all, and I just want to wish them all a Merry Christmas when it comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We'll now transition to the appropriation for the Minister of Tourism and Ports. It commences on page 228. We'll commence with DAT1, Advice and Support to the Minister of Tourism and Sports, $2,659,159 for 2024, $2,707,060 for 2025. Are there any questions on DAT1? If there are no questions, I'll put the question on DAT1, Advice and Support to the Minister of Tourism and Ports, $2,659,159 for 24, $2,707,060 for 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. DAT17, Tourism Support, Training, Promotional and Advertising Activities, $25,794,000 $1,289 for 24, $25,954,384 for 2025. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Saunders, followed by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I yield to the
Honourable Leader of Opposition. Thank you, Mrs. Saunders.
Thank you to the member, and thank you to Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can we get a breakdown of how this 25.7 million and 25.9 million is allocated between advertising and promotion and tourism support and training? Just try to understand the makeup of the number.
Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Member, if the Honourable Member looks to his budget statement document, you'll see that there is a number of outputs: TOU 14, TOU 16, TOU 18, which starts on page 102, and it breaks down the various different amounts. But I will answer the members. First one being TOU, which is the Tourism Accommodation and Attractions Services. The breakdown is for 2.4 million for 2024 and 2.5 million for 2025. In respect to TOU 16, the amount is for 2024 2.2 million and 2025 2.2 million. In respect to TOU 18, which deals with collection, preparation, and publication of statistical information for tourism, 2024 is 1.4 million, 2025 is 1.5 million. In respect to TOU 19, which is tourism education and awareness programs, 2024 is 1.4 million and 2025 is 1.5 million. And lastly, second to last, TOU 26, which deals with technical advice and oversight of boards and committees for the ministry. 2024 is 799,000 and 2025 861,000. In respect to TOU 27, which deals with promotional advertising, the amount is 17.4 million in 2024 and 17.4 million again in 2025.
Honourable Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, TOU 27, which is the last one the Honourable Minister just mentioned a while ago, which is on page 110 of the budget statement, that deals with promotional and advertising activities. I notice in terms of the quantities that, for example, in 2023, the 12-month forecast for the number of trade activities completed is 138, whereas the budget is now looking at roughly more than that. For 2023, in terms of number of consumer activities completed, 59, they're basically looking to almost double that next year. Number of public relations activities is at 55. They're looking to maybe do about 95 in the 24 and 25. And also the number of advertising methods employed has also significantly increased. The question for me, through you, Madam Chair, is I noticed that the forecast for 2023 is roughly 18.57 million is what they're looking to spend. But for some strange reason, for 2024, it is 17.4 million, which is 1.1 million less. And the reason why I raised that, especially for 2024, Madam Chair, is that next year is an election year in the US, and advertising costs generally go up during an election time. So I was trying to understand how is it that the promotional activities went down by 1.1 million for 2024, when advertising costs normally goes up during a US election time.
Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The simple truth is that this this allocation was from before the UPM administration was formed, and when we were formulating the budget, it was important that we all made the necessary sacrifices to come to a budget conclusion, and therefore I told the Honorable Premier that I would stick to what was available, because in the interest of time to get the budget passed, the hope and plan would be to, because I do agree with the Honorable Member that it is a lesser amount in a more higher need year, to come back to the caucus and cabinet to seek further support, because it is a concern for the department in respect to promotional matters in the United States, particularly being 80% of our source market for our visitors. But that's the only way I can explain the reason why it was less. I did have tremendous conversations with the former Premier, but didn't get very far with that.
Are there any other questions? If not, I'll put the vote on DAT 17, Tourism Support Training, Promotional and Advertising Activities, 25,794,289 for 24, 25,954,384 for 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. CAL1, Strategic Domestic Air Services, 3,134,000 for 2024 and the same amount for 2025. Are there any questions? I recognize Mr. Cockernall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, this Strategic Domestic Services, this is the service between Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman. There's I have a couple questions on this. The first one is 9 months to 12 months ago, there was a commitment for a third twin otter into Little Cayman. Can I get an update on where that is and what's the anticipated arrival?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask the CFO for Cayman Airways to give us an update as they deal with the direct running of the company.
Mr. Tibbetts, if you'd please state your name and obviously repeat your position.
Sure. Paul Tibbetts, CFO, Executive Vice President for Cayman Airways. The third Twin Otter, you're correct, the funding was approved and we have received the funding for that aircraft. We went through one round of procurement with the Public Procurement Committee. Unfortunately, that was unsuccessful, so we are just in the middle of the second round right now. We're more optimistic about this round, given that we have seen some aircraft that look like they'll fit exactly what we're looking for. So we're just in the process of finalizing that now. And once that's done, we're looking for an aircraft potentially within the next 3 to 6 months that would be available. Well, as soon as it's available, that we can bring online, have that up and running.
Mr. Cockernall, in a follow-up?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Tibbetts for his answer. I'd like to go a little bit farther with this. Obviously, that gives Little Cayman 3 twin otters, and it's still marginal whether that's going to meet the demand because of redundancy issues when one of the planes goes to the States for checks, and then also for the weekend and the growth. Also, Cayman Brac is going to go through another successful stage of growth. This year, what you haven't seen is what we have seen in the budget and what the government has brought. There's $30 to $40 million worth of capital projects that are going to happen, which takes human capital, takes movement of cargo, takes movement of people. There's also a private investor who is online, approvals basically granted for another 20 to 25 million investment. These are going to go side by side. My concern, I think our concern, is that without the proper air service into the Sister Islands, these will not be successful. We had a good conversation when we delivered our contributions to the budget and talked about the need for the upgrade with what we have there now. Cayman Brac is serviced by 2 Saab aircraft that are coming up to 25 years of age. They have been successful in the thought and the purchase of what did when they brought them and put them in. Now they are not the right planes for the service. I think that you as the professional would weigh in on that and probably agree. I, as the representative, want to ensure that we offer the best possible way forward for success. So my input here tonight is to make sure that I do everything I can, and we do as opposition everything we can, to put you in a position to be successful in serving Cayman Brac and Little Cayman with the proper air service. I would like to know your thoughts on what you believe the way forward is, and I'll give you a hint. We were looking at 2 short takeoff ATRs, but I'll welcome your comments.
Mr. Tibbetts.
Through the chair. Yeah, so as the minister, as the member mentioned, Cayman Airways does operate 2 Twin Otters and 2 Saab aircraft for its domestic service. It is supplemented as well with additional jet service, particularly on the weekends. The Saabs were acquired in 2015, and those were acquired because at the time the demand that was of passengers between Grand Cayman and Cayman Brac were such that that size aircraft was the ideally suited aircraft. We identified that a 30-seater would allow us to have 3 or 4 rotations per day, which would address the need of what we saw as demand back and forth. The aircraft were successful in terms of being implemented. They actually helped to grow the traffic between Grand Cayman and Cayman Brac, and that number has grown now such that the Saabs are rapidly becoming too small for what we need in that market. So the board and management have recognized that, and as you pointed out, the Saabs are coming up in 25 years of life, typically the time that we would start looking to retire them and move into newer aircraft. So we have been looking at alternate aircraft types that would be well suited for the Brac service and potentially able to be used for other things like cargo and more regional flying as well. And we have identified some aircraft. You did allude to a particular type of aircraft, and ATR has kind of jumped out as one of those aircraft that seems to fit the bill quite nicely. The 42-600 is a 50-seat aircraft, certainly fits the bill in terms of meeting the demand back and forth between Cayman Brac. It does also have a short takeoff and landing variant, which could be used for future service in Little Cayman as well, where you wouldn't necessarily need such a long runway there, so may make opportunities there cheaper. That is all being explored at the moment, and it does seem to be the path that we're going to go down, that type of aircraft, because that would allow us to get all the passengers, all the cargo needs addressed quite well with that aircraft. And the timing seems to be right with moving from the Saab aircraft into another aircraft type. So we are kind of finalizing that examination now, and once we're in a position to move forward, that will be presented to our board and government, and once we get the green light, we'll be in a position to acquire that aircraft or start the transition from the Saab aircraft to the I'll just say ATR for now, but the other aircraft within a very short period of time. It may take a little longer than we'd like to find the aircraft and to source it and get it here, such that we can fly it with training and maintenance and all that's required. But certainly as quickly as possible, we would aim to have that in operation.
Mr. Kukerno.
Through you, Madam Chair, what do you consider a short period of time?
Mr. Tibbetts.
Through the chair. For an aircraft acquisition, a new aircraft acquisition, I think a year would be very aggressive for us to do that. There's a lot that has to go into not just sourcing the aircraft, but confirming the funding, making sure that's all in place, getting the aircraft, getting the training for the crew, getting the maintenance, the tooling, the spare parts that we'll need to operate it. And so that can take a little bit of time, but certainly within a year, I think is doable. We have acquired aircraft in similar timeframes in the past, and it could be done going forward with this aircraft as well.
Mr. Kukerno.
Thank you. This question is both for yourself and the Honorable Minister. Does this funding that is identified here empower you to do what you've just said, or is this something that needs to be reviewed?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The ideal The truth is, the company would be able to transition from one aircraft to the other because they can be sold, but it would possibly affect the speed of it. Ideally, what would be best suited, because you will find later on in the equity injection that there is a $9 million injection in 2025 rather than the $12 million in 2024. I wish there was more there to work with, but I'm certain that my team will support the necessary injections to the airline for them to facilitate the process quickly, because you are right, the projections for Cayman Brac visitation and uplift as a result of the economic activity is going to increase. And the quicker we do this, the better it is. Otherwise, we're going to have problems with flights back and forth to the sister islands. So unless we can increase it today, I can say to you that I think I could get support from from the team to add the necessary funding once the group identifies what they would need to transition this quickly.
Mr. Kukerno.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank the Minister for that response. I'm kind of, you have our support. We're saying that, the leaders here. Is there anything else you need us to do, or is this a conversation on another, to the Madam Chair?
Mr. Colonel, I think the Chair can record that the expression of need is not only agreed to and concurred, but the appropriate way would to be go through a paper, through caucus and cabinet at the appropriate time. And as you said, it's going to take about a year, so there's some time to do it. I think the will is certainly illustrated across both sides of the House, including over to Cayman Airways, both with Mr. Tibbetts, Mr. Worms, and I would suspect the board. So I think we can duly note it, and we'll take it forward according to the entrance procedure, because I can give it assurance it will not be left without air transport.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any more questions on this line item.
If there are no other, Mr. Saunders?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, and it's be the same question for the next vote also. But one of the things I'm conscious about is, again, going back into looking into next year, 2024 in particular, and recognizing that some of the Middle East countries that control the oil have decided they're no longer riding with Biden, and we expect that fuel, well, some economists expect that fuel is going to spike during the summer months next year to affect the U.S. elections. I'm just curious as to what steps Cayman Airways is taking in terms of kind of managing the fuel, because I've seen some of the forecasts for next summer, and it's not pretty, and it's worse than the last summer that we had where people are complaining about their CUC bills. So we expect that spike to go up. So I'm just curious as to what steps are being taken as to not pass on the cost during the summer months when a lot of Caymanians travel, where fuel is concerned.
Mr. Tibbetts?
Through the Speaker. So when it comes to oil prices, we are very much at the mercy of what the world market is doing, and as you rightly point out, there are very varied reasons as to why fuel prices go up and down from time to time. What I can say is that historically the airline has taken a position of not hedging, and for a variety of reasons, but that's done several things for us. One, it obviously exposes us to higher prices, but on the other side, it also allows us to take advantage of falling prices as well. When we've looked at hedging in the past, there are pros and cons to doing it, not always what we would want it to pan out to be. What we have done, in addition to taking a non-hedging approach, is to get the most fuel-efficient aircraft we can find, which are the current fleet of 737-8 MAX aircraft. They are burning about 30% less fuel than the 300s did, while carrying about 40 passengers more per aircraft. So it is a substantial savings that we're seeing in there. Additionally, with a larger aircraft, we are able to reduce flights. So where we may have had 2 flights each with 80 people on them, we're now able to put 1 flight on with 160 people. So those who are traveling on Cayman Airways will find that our flights are generally fuller now than they have been in the past. And part of that is because of how we're doing this in order to reduce flying where we don't need to fly and still be able to meet the demand. So we are doing what we can to reduce our consumption. On top of all that, where we're able to, we also tanker fuel. So we fly into Miami, we fly into New York, LA, and places that have cheaper fuel. These aircraft are so efficient that we are able to uplift more fuel in those markets, fly to Cayman, and fly elsewhere with that cheaper fuel and not uplift as much here. We were listening earlier, and there was talk about the Platts-based pricing for local gasoline prices. That's true as well for aviation fuel. And there are differentials, and differential in Grand Cayman is generally about $1 more than we pay in Miami and New York and other places. So we uplift as much as we can in these other places to get the cheaper fuel. These aircraft, like I said, are capable of flying from New York to Grand Cayman without needing any fuel here and on to LA, as an example, without having to uplift any fuel here. So we are doing everything we can to minimize the consumption.
If Mr. Cook-Arnold?
Are we on Cal 2? Are we?
Cal 1, but I can go to Cal 2 and put them together.
Where are you at? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I can ask a question on Cal 2.
Do you have another question on Cal 1? Well, let me put a question on Cal 1. Strategic Domestic Air Services, $3,134,000 for 2024, $3,134,000 for 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? No. The ayes have it. Cal 2. Any questions? Mr. Cook-Arnold?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you and through the Minister to Mr. Tibbetts, the question that I get and comments that I hear is a lot of people used to like to go to Miami in the morning and come back in the evening. Is that a consideration by board management to look at adjusting the schedule for the local needs?
Mr. Tibbetts?
Through the chair. Short answer is yes. We are looking at that. Back in 2022, when we made the decision to reduce the capacity down to one flight, it was based off of actual demand at the time. And it has worked well. The flights are producing a much better load factor, much better profitability for us as well. So that is delivering. As we've moved forward and time has progressed, we've seen our loads continue to grow and demand continue to increase. So just this past Sunday, as an example, we introduced a second flight on Sunday. We are looking at an additional flight on Mondays as well. We will probably end up keeping the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays as a single flight to Miami, just based off of demand again. But where we have growing demand and we're able to, we are adding, or looking to add and adding in some cases additional demand. So we are getting back to those morning flights and evening flights on certain days where the demand is there.
Mr. Cook-Arnold, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the Mr. Tibbetts for the answer. In the documentation that we were given and in debate, there were a couple drawdowns for Cal. One was the domestic tourism, one was strategic tourism, regional and core, one was a capital investment that the minister has just spoke about, and then there was a proposed or recorded loss on the operational side of it. If you're losing money on your balance sheet, it means your cost of doing business is more. And you have left the bill, I would call this a request here, at the same. So if you're offering the same service as last year and your cost of doing business has gone up and you're losing on your bottom line, is this a fair representation of the funds you need to provide this service?
Mr. Tibbetts?
Through the chair. So Cayman Airways funding is provided in three ways. One is the Cal 1, which is domestic service. One is Cal 2, which is the international service. And there's also EI1, which is equity injection. That is there to cover debt financing and also to cover any additional losses that occur. As we understand it, government made some decisions in terms of how the funding was allocated. And if you look at EI1, you'll see that that number is increased for this year and to generally offset what the losses are expected to be.
Mr. Cook-Arnold?
So for clarity, your cost of doing, you offer the same service, but it costs you more to offer that service because the cost of doing business has gone up, and you're reflecting that on your balance sheet. And the way that you get compensated for that is by an equity injection.
Mr. Tibbetts?
Through the chair, that is generally correct, yes.
Madam Chair, if I
Honorable
could just,
Minister.
If I can just summarize or add to a little bit, I think that the member has brought up a valid point that they're expected to do more with the same amount of money. But as you can imagine, again, this budget outlay was given to me by the previous premier, and I offered to keep it that way in the interest of getting the budget passed with the knowledge of knowing that the government will support whatever is necessary for Cayman Airways to operate. As you know, we also had to do some increases to get the Cayman Airways in line with the Public Authorities Act, which has caused some of these increases. And as a result, you will see under the equity injection E1 later on down in the paper, 12 million for 2024, 12 million for 2025. But we are that confident that the company is doing well, that we can take that chance for 1 year to see, because I must say the company is doing better than it's ever done before. And that if they need the extra 3 million, we're hoping that they don't. But if they do, we'll be there for them to give the necessary injection.
Well, through you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Cockernell.
The extra 3 million is very important because that gets these 2 planes for Cayman Brac and improves the service to Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. So I'm very happy to hear about the way you reviewed the human capital and how they came on board, and they have a level playing field with other government employees of how they're paid. But you've just explained the success that CAL has had and the service that it offers. I would really appreciate if you can be cognizant of the fact that they might not be at industry standard. If you could look at where we are with the salaries of the CAL employees and see if there's the ability to bring them up a little bit more. Because I want to finish that when you look at the compensation, remember what happens when they retire with their insurance package and their pensions.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'm cognizant that I'm the minister, and the minister reports, the board reports to the minister, the management reports to the board, and I cannot dictate to them other than through a cabinet directive. But as minister, have given support that I would come back to the cabinet and caucus to ensure that they are in line with the Public Authorities Act, and we've done a number of actions already. We've increased their pension and their health support. But getting the Cayman Airways employees in line with the Public Authorities Act also talks about the benefits that they received, and the Cayman Airways team do receive some benefits that the civil service doesn't get. So the examination of what would be considered equal or equitable still continues. We've given them the commitment to get them as close in line, because it's difficult, because it's a different entity altogether with different types of benefits. They have private sector options where civil servants don't. But we are committed to making sure that once the company has the funding available to get them closer, if I dare say, I think that the staff are quite happy with what they've received recently, because they had to pay less in their insurance, which means less money coming out of their salary, plus an increase recently. So they know that we are committed as a government, and the board is there to support as long as the finances are available.
Did you have a follow-up, Mr. Cockernell?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I think that was an acknowledgement that the minister is going to review it again and feel comfortable that we're doing everything we can. Thank you.
Sir Alden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't want what I am going to say to be taken as any opposition on my part to Cayman Airways pressing forward in the way that has been outlined. But after 23 years here, I interpret what the minister just said as saying, listen, this budget isn't real. We've just fixed the numbers as best we can because this is what we're stuck with. Now, the financial secretary was at pains at the start of Finance Committee to assure us that he saw no risk, or no real risk of any deficit. But my experience over the years, particularly those terrible years starting in 2008 with the global recession, causes me to immediately start to worry about how many of the other budgets are a stab in the dark and a hope and a prayer that things are going to work out. I hope that that's not really the case, because if it is, I really fear what's going to happen over the course of the next couple of years. I know you have just, Madam Chair, inherited a situation which was in many ways foisted upon you, so I'm not trying to be critical of that, but I am just really worried about how realistic these numbers are to achieve what is set out in the budget documents. I suppose the only thing that gives me some comfort is that I know, also from experience, that the vast majority of the projects that I see here about to be commenced are unlikely to get done in the next 2-year cycle. That's just the way the system is. I've been a victim of it long enough. But I really do worry about that, and I would be grateful for any reassurance, further reassurance you, Madam Chair, or the Financial Secretary can provide about how realistic these numbers really are across the board.
Thank you, Sir Alden. I guess if I take the high road in my response, I would say that it's more than algebra, that two negatives make a positive sometimes in politics. That happens as well. And I can give you the assurance that any supplementary would only be considered if proven necessary. And as you know, up to 5% of the budget is allowed, and that's what it is, annual estimates to the best of our ability. I can also give you the assurance, Sir Alden, that there have been no fidgeting with the budget on my part. And I take your expressions of confidence that that was not what your comments were directed. I understand what the Honourable Minister of Tourism was indicating, but that once you look at the particular budget, no one gets 110%, and we're all made sacrifice, and he has proven that he's able to do wonders with whatever budget that he's had. Mr. Kukurna? Oh, Ms. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, sorry.
Sure.
And after Mr. Saunders.
Okay, so I can go. Okay. Thank you, ma'am, and through you to Mr. Tibbetts. Mr. Tibbetts, I think at least one of the aircraft, the MAXes, the lease comes due next year or matures. Am I correct? After 6 years?
Mr. Tibbetts?
Through the chair. Each of the aircraft came with a 6-year committed lease and extendable up to 9 years. So the first of those was just due at the end of November, and it's extended 1 year at a time, so we've extended that 1 year at this point.
Okay, so I just wanted to understand what might be happening when we got to that point. The other thing that's on my mind all the time too is a new route that we've set to fly to Barbados, and also to second flight to Los Angeles. Can you give us an update on how those new routes are panning out in terms of passengers, load factor, that sort of stuff?
Mr. Tibbetts?
Sure, through the speaker. The LA flight for the first year of operation operated at about a 60% load factor. We transported right around 10,000 passengers. So as we looked at that and we analyzed, well, what's happening with those passengers, we saw that a lot of the passengers were coming one way in us, or going one way in us, and going in another carrier for the other leg. So as we often do, we looked at that and determined that if we were to add a second rotation, we may be able to, not a guarantee, but we may be able to pick up some of those passengers. So that's really what the second flight is there for, to see whether that is capable of picking up enough demand to be sustainable. If it isn't, we'll pull it out. Generally, it is holding its own and doing quite well. We have some decent loads on that for the Christmas period and into January. We put it in November, and so it's really just now kind of coming into its own as people are becoming aware of the second flight and starting to book on it. So I think it's too early to tell whether that flight will be successful long term, but so far it's looking positive for us. As it relates to the Barbados flight, as I think was in the media recently, that flight is under a revenue guarantee with the Barbados government, and we have treated that generally as we would a charter. So they've asked for the service, we've priced the service, this is what we need in order to cover our costs and make it worth our while. It was covering variable costs as well as the fully allocated costs of that route as well. And the numbers are surprisingly starting to look quite strong on some of the days going over there. I say surprisingly because they weren't kind of what we expected there, but it was what the government of that nation wanted from us to provide, so we did that. But generally, it's performing in line with expectations. We are noticing some connections coming on that from Cuba, as an example, and other places that are people continuing on to Barbados. So we're watching that and seeing where it goes. But ultimately, it's a decision for them to make in terms of whether it's worth their while to continue the operation or not.
And through you,
Leader of the Opposition.
one more then. Could I get an update too on the Panama service and how that's faring?
Mr. Tibbet?
Sure. Panama, year to date, we've carried just about 6,000 passengers. And that started, as you recall, at the end of June. So we've had basically 2 full months, July and August, and then we've done kind of one flight a week in September and October. So these numbers are just through October, with an average of a 64% load factor. And that's provided a right around 400,000 contribution to our fixed costs after the variable cost of that flight. So we would rate that as a success, certainly in line with some of our best performing flights.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Chair, if the opposition leader would allow, I just want
Minister
to add,
of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add a component to the Panama flight that I think has factored in. I was hoping they would be doing better. But recently, Panama had some political troubles in Panama, which we think may have had a little reservation on flights, seeming to cool down now. So we're optimistic that the numbers will go up.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And final question from me then on our routes. Havana, can you tell us what's actually happening there? I know that there are challenges.
Mr. Tibbetts?
Havana is, through the chair, Havana is a route that is very volatile. Sometimes it does extremely well, and other times it struggles. Last year, as an example, it was doing extremely well. We had 4 flights per week in there at one point. We've pulled that down to 2. Interestingly, now we're starting to see resumed demand on that route, so we are looking at potentially a 3rd flight going back in there. But on the today, as an example, it came out full from Havana, and that is quite typical of what we're seeing there now. And the market is somewhat fickle. People do tend to change their travel patterns, and so we watch that and we adapt quite quickly to what's happening. So if we need to add more, we can. If we need to pull down, we can as well.
Honourable Leader, Opposition.
And in terms of the traffic to and from Havana, how much effect, what kind of effect has the U.S. government stance taken with regard to cancellation of ESTAs, or not allowing people who had traveled to Cuba on an ESTA to enter the U.S.? What effect has that had on the traffic?
Mr. Tibbetts.
Through the chair. What information we have is somewhat speculative in that we don't know for sure how many people are choosing not to travel on us simply because that is a risk. But certainly we know it's a risk. We know that there are people that are not wanting to travel to Cuba because they stand the risk of not getting their ESTA granted. And we understand that completely. Having said that, there are a significant number of people who continue to travel back and forth to Cuba, whether those are Cuban nationals or either going to Cuba or in a lot of cases coming out of Cuba to go to other places in the Caribbean to go shopping and then back to Cuba. We're seeing those on there. So the type of passenger, the demographic has shifted a bit to be more Cuban nationals now than perhaps European and other passport holders before. But we're again continuing to monitor the demand levels that we're seeing and adapting the flight schedule to match.
If there are no other questions, I'll put the question to...
Madam Chair, sorry.
Oh, Mr. Saunders.
I was waiting patiently.
Sorry.
Through you, Madam Chair. No. Just first of all, want to congratulate the airlines. I think Mr. Tibbetts had mentioned that there are 10,000 people from the Los Angeles route. And if memory serves me right, I think when we look at the tourism report of people coming from the Los Angeles area, it was actually 10,000. So I know we were looking to get a percentage of it. So to have gotten 10,000 travelers, I think that's actually quite remarkable. And it shows at least the road is picking up, because I know they would have traffic going elsewhere. I say all of that to say, Madam Chair, through you, recognizing that Cayman Airways is an economic accelerator. I'm just curious in terms of other markets. I know at one point Texas was being looked at, or maybe Canada is being looked at. Can anyone give an update in terms of where we are with those other markets?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask my Director for Tourism to give an update as to areas that we're looking at without confirmation, but we're looking at for new routes for 2024.
Ms. Rosa, please state your name and your position, please.
Good evening. Rosa Harris, Director of Tourism. Madam Chair, we have done an aviation assessment on behalf of the ministry in the last 3 months, and that is in support of the Oriya development project to look for new business. Initially, prior to this new project that we've undertaken, we identified 2 areas, one in the Midwest, Kansas, and one in Texas, Austin, Texas, as 2 possibilities for Cayman Airways to pursue. We've handed over those assessments to the board, the Cayman Airways board, for consideration in new business development for short-haul routes. Our current project that we have undertaken is to support longer-haul traffic from Europe and Latin America, and also to strengthen the connectivity. So if airlines cannot land their aircraft, if the runway project is delivered as planned, then strengthening connectivity via our existing network is the discussions that are on the table. So we've had an assessment of the type of aircraft based on the proposed length of the extension of the runway, the type of aircraft from Airbus and Boeing that could potentially land in Cayman and from various points, focused mainly on Europe right now. And we've also attended 2 aviation conferences and had discussions with carriers about the project. When we did have a few press conferences this year, we were asked about what opportunities were missed, and myself and the CEO of CIAA, Mr. Albert Anderson, were able to express that there was demand and interest in the destination. However, our runway length was too short to be able to bring that business to Cayman. So for the most part, for USA, it's Kansas and Austin, and that's supported by CETA, Cayman Islands Tourism Association, particularly Austin, because it's a very affluent market. And then for Europe, we are working with private sector on building our current promotional activity in the market. We would have attended World Travel Market in October of this year and had a really great engagement, and we're expanding our business in Germany, for which we have representation. So thank you for the question.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the question on CAL2, Strategic Tourism, Regional and Core Air Services, $15,435,000 for 2024 and $15,435,000 for 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Moving on to TAB. Honourable Minister, perhaps in the spirit of efficiency, since you have the Cayman Airways Air staff and it's now 8 o'clock, if we could turn our attention to EI1 Cayman Airways Limited for $12,100,000 for 2024 and $9,100,000 for 2025, we would do that at this time. Are there any questions?
I would just say put it to the vote.
I'm happy to do that. The question is that EI1 Cayman Airways $12,100,000 for 2024, $9,100,000 for 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair.
Minister of Tourism.
Just in the interest of being late in this Christmas, I wouldn't mind if you allow me to release the staff from Cayman Airways, as I don't think they would be. No, actually, you know what? You guys better stick around for a couple more seconds.
That concludes their specific votes. Can I get an indication from the opposition whether you have any more questions for Cayman Airways staff? Okay, so.
With that being said, I'd like to thank the team. I must say I'm honored to be a minister for Cayman Airways. The country should be proud of this national airline and the employees and the management. I think I see amazing things in the future for Cayman Airways, not only as a national flag carrier for domestic things, but for encouraging even more visitation to the Cayman Islands. So I want to say thank you to the team.
Thank you, Minister. I think that the entire House concurs with that, especially those of us from the sister islands. We have no choice, but even if we did, we would still choose them. Thank you. TAB 1, are there any questions on management of Pedro Castle James National Historic Site for $950,000 for both 24 and 25?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I tell you just take the vote on tab 1 down to NGS 57?
And can I tell you how very grateful I am for that? TAB 1.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
I'm very grateful. Thank you. TAB 1, management of Pedro St. James National Historic Site, $950,000 for both years, 24 and 25. TAB 2, management of the Queen Elizabeth II Botanical Park, $850,000 for both years, 24 and 25. TAB 4, management of the Cayman Islands Craft Market, $140,000 for both years, 24 and 25. TAB 5, management of the Hell Geological Site, $40,000 for both years, 24 and 25. NGS 1, organize, administer, and execute the Cayman Islands Fishing Tournament, $80,000 for 2024, $30,000 for 2025. NGS 7, management of small business development, $230,000 for both years, Was that inclusive of NGS 57? NGS 57, gardening projects and landscaping, 4,000 for 24 and 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Turning now to transfer payments, TP12, tourism scholarships, 915,000 for 24 and 25. Are there any questions? I recognize Mr. Colonel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to say to the Minister that I'm not exactly sure if you've put a limit on these scholarships, but I know that especially the ones where the young people are looking at becoming pilots, the $30,000, $40,000 is not enough to allow them to do their private flying. So I just ask to be sensitive about the need when they come and approach you on it, because I think it's a fabulous program getting these young people as pilots.
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, I am happy to let the honourable member know that we actually have announced since last budget 2 pilot scholarships specific per year in this budget at 60,000, which is double the amount of the regular budget for 30,000, because of that exact point that you highlighted. There's a lot more kids who are applying for pilots, but we thought it would be appropriate to do 2, because most likely most of them want to go work for Cayman Airways, and if we had 10 persons becoming a pilot per year, the chances of them getting a job at Cayman Airways are slim. But we do wherever we can. If there's extra monies in the TP and some other allocation and they need extra help, they can write to the minister, and I'd be happy to assist if monies are available.
If there are no further questions, can I put a vote on TP12? Tourism scholarships, 915,000 for 2024, 915,000 for 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. TP13, Miss Cayman scholarship. Can I put the question for TP13? Miss Cayman scholarship, 75,000 for 2024 and 75,000 for 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. TP67, sports and cultural tourism programs assistance, 2,450,000 for 24 and 25. Are there any questions? Mr. Colonel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that the Honourable Minister in his speech for the budget talked about diversification of his tourism product. The sports and the cultural tourism were specifically mentioned. Are these targeted to some different programs that you have coming online?
Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the total amount is broken down into 3 parts, actually technically 4 parts. One being 1.5 million for the film rebate, 250,000 for the beautification task force program, 650 for your regular tourism sports scholarship. Hold on, forgive me. Let me just. Sports and cultural tourism program assistance, which was the original one, and an extra 100,000 in the budget, because though we do no longer have the Miss Cayman franchise, what we recognize within the ministry after relinquishing the ownership or the franchise is that that didn't mean that the government didn't want to assist. We just didn't. We want to have the ability to decide how much each one would get, because there's more than one. Before, we only sponsored one because we were the owners. Now we've put an extra 100,000 in there with the thinking of 50-50 each. But we've seen circumstances where one of the pageants didn't have a pageant for the year, so we could add a little extra to another, because the ministry have decided not to be in that business space anymore, but we want to still support them. So if you add all of those four numbers together, you'll get the amount that is there now.
Are there any further questions? If not, I put the question for sorry. TP 67, sports and culture tourism. Sorry, I didn't see you, Minister Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's TP 67 we're on?
That's correct.
Is this the appropriation that I asked about new tourism offerings on the island? Cultural tourism programs. Next, visitor experience. Okay.
If there are no further questions, I'll put a question on TP 67, sports and cultural tourism programs assistance, $2,450,000 for 24 and for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. TP 122, visitor experience development grant, $500,000 for 24 and for 25. Are there any questions? Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister. This appears to me to be a new appropriation this year. Can you let us know what this visitor experience development grant is?
Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. The Honourable Leader and members may recall in my budget contribution talking about trying to develop more new authentic programs from entrepreneurs across the island, and that some new business find it difficult to find the necessary funding and startups. So we have duplicated what you saw similar in DCI, where they meet a certain set of criteria and that they can get up to 50,000, not that they would get automatically 50,000. And the hope is that they can be in a new space, not in, you wouldn't want to go and just get another boat operations because we already have loads of those. But bring in new things to the table, go out and find things that is not happening in the Cayman Islands. If they need assistance, we can give them a grant up to 50,000. But I'll ask my chief officer, as he was recently giving me an update on where we're at, because we've got to sign off on finalize the criteria outlay. So I'll ask him to opine on that.
Mr. Bodden, please state your name and your position, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Strand Bodden, Chief Officer in the Ministry of Tourism and Ports. So in reference to the Minister's point, the Visitor Experience Development Grant is a new initiative that the Minister and the Ministry will start next year. So the Minister has given his overall summary of it, but we have developed it. We have a process that is similar to the Cayman Islands Small Business Center. The application process, the evaluation process. I've actually got the form from them, the application form from them that people will apply. As Minister said, it'll be for new startup entities. So this isn't support for existing businesses or companies, but this will be new entities that are setting up that will provide a new cultural tourism experience for visitors. We always hear that visitors want more and more authentic Caymanian cultural experiences, but this is to aid those persons that will be setting up those entities to get startup funding. We know that there's not always commercial funding available for such startup entities. So the Minister's plan is to provide that funding once you meet the criteria of being a new entity in tourism. So as he said, it's just not a typical, it won't be a typical Stingray sandbar tourism experience. It will be a new experience that does not exist now in Cayman. So we have the draft criteria, application forms, etc. for ministers' review and sign off, and we will be launching it next year, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I recognize Minister Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And obviously, this is one of my pet peeves in terms of new offerings on the island, and visitors' experience as to because we have such a high repeat business. We want to ensure that we continuously improve our product. But as to how that's done, I don't know who's going to. I'm sure that some of the suggestions are going to come from the ministry or the department in terms of areas that we think that people should go into. I think that the ministry and the department should try to assist and try to point persons in different directions based on information that you receive from whether it's the cruise association or otherwise, as to offerings that other people enjoy around the Caribbean or the region, etc. But one of the things that I've always been advocating is trying to set up a board or some kind of committee that runs all year long, and their main responsibility is to come up with new ideas to pass on to the department or to the ministry as to what we could do differently that works everywhere else, not reinventing the wheel, but that works somewhere else in the region that can take that extra dollar out of a tourist pocket. And I really think that we need to get creative in terms of, yes, we're going to have persons approaching, such as Shark Tank style, and approaching us with new ideas and so forth to see if we buy into it, and if we, I don't know if it's going to be an internal panel that's going to try to decide which project you think can work for the type of tourists that we want in Cayman. And I've long been thinking that we should have designed what I've noticed wherever I go throughout the region and the world is that tourists love roadside experiences. It seems like it's authentic and local, and they just want to pull over and grab something and go, you know. That takes extra money out of their pocket. I thought that we should have get into the business of trying to design a roadside cabana or some kind of design that we could have did that could have been uniform throughout the island. Of course, this is only my ideas, having 38 years experience in tourism. But
I take it you're going to get the questions on, Minister.
Yeah, more passion. But thank you, Madam Chair. But yeah, so other than just persons coming and giving their business cases or presenting their business cases, do you all have a team set up specifically just, or will you do so, set up a team specifically just for new visitor experiences?
Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Minister for the question or the suggestion. It's one that I agree with wholeheartedly, even potentially creating a tourism select committee to help, you know, introduce new things. Don't always assume you know everything. And also that advisory body that can make suggestions, because sometimes our people may not have the opportunity to travel. Being the minister, been the luxury of being able to see so many things that we don't do at home, and it's like, oh my God, why isn't that been thought of? And I think that we can take on maybe an element of that within the Department of Tourism to capture concept ideas and then be able to present them out there in the public. So I will take what he said and carry it back to the rest of the team within Ministry and DOT to see if we can come up with something and advise the caucus and the country once we do so.
If there are no other questions, can I put a question on TP 122 Visitor Experience Development Grant, $500,000 for 24, $500,000 to 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. I am getting the indication that I can put the question on OE 91, depreciation of the Ministry of Tourism and Ports executive assets for 28,710 for 24 and 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Equity investment, EI 39, Cayman Islands National Attractions Authority, 45,000 for 24. And I'm getting an indication I can put the vote for EI 39. Cayman Islands National Attractions Authority, 45,000 for 24, 0 for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. EI 49, Cayman Turtle Conservation and Education Center Limited. 2024, 8,355,000. 2025, 5,255,000 is open for questions. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, could we get a breakdown of this amount from the Minister with regard to how it is made up?
Honourable Minister.
Yes, Madam Chair. I would ask my, just to give the full information, ask my Chief Officer to give the breakdown, because some of that is specific to a project that I referred to in my contribution that has to deal with the repairs, a capital project at the Turtles Farm with the pipes and the pumps. But I want to make sure that the detail I give this honorable committee is fully clear. So I ask the Chief Officer to add some more context.
Chief Officer Bodden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the breakdown in EI 49, which stands at 8.355 million in 2024, is broken down as follows. The 6.05 million is for the operational costs of the Cayman Turtle Center, and the 2.305 million is for the saltwater pipe replacement project in 2024. In 2025, the 5 million is for operational costs, and the 255,000 is for the remaining to finish the saltwater pipe replacement project.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Through you, thank you, ma'am. Through you to Mr. Bodden. 6.6 million in to fund operational expenses. Strikes me, this figure has ballooned quite substantially from what I recall.
Chief Officer Bodden.
Through you, Madam Chair, historically the amount that is required in cash for the Cayman Turtle Center on a monthly basis has been roughly $500,000. Therefore, this $6 million per year.
Okay. And through you again, we find it dropping to 5 million in 2025, but that seems to me to be a bit short if it's running at $500,000 a year. Sorry, a month.
Chief Officer Bodden.
Through you, Madam Chair. So, as Minister has said throughout his contributions to Finance Committee, the funding that was received was basically, we had to make it work with within the government budget that we were allocated to in total. So for 2025, we were thinking that by then what would be happening revenue-wise with the center, that it would be better placed to absorb that amount, and we would spend the 5 million on operational costs from government.
Is that from increased tourism and third-party revenue?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, ma'am.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Final question from me. The debt is now all repaid, am I correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Kukurno.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 243, if I read this correctly, 2023, the forecast was 2.5 million. And then it changes in 2024 to 8 million?
That's because they had a
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One second. The center during COVID lockdown obviously didn't have any visitors, and the center had to be given a loan, and that loan amount of 6 million was what was being used for the operations of the facility. Now that that loan amount is used up, the actual amount that they need to make payments as well as to run the operations has come up to the 5.2, and then the 8.3 for next year has the capital amounts in them as well.
Mr. Kukurno.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the Minister for the answer. So you now have a new debt of 6 million?
For one.
Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the patience. The loan amount was left indefinite until the entity and the tourism numbers from cruise arrivals were showing back to some reasonable amounts as per the normal injection amount. Another finance team was fully aware of the reasoning behind the loan at the time and why it was left indefinite for payback.
Can I just ask the financial sector to confirm whether that's a debt as we know it generally to outside, or whether that's a debt to the government with no finite date of repayment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, you are correct that the debt being referred to is in respect of loan monies that the government issued to the Turtle Center, not external debt outside of the public sector. And there currently at the moment there are no fixed repayment terms for the debt. So there's no specification that it has to be repaid in 24 or 25, but the Turtle Center's financial statements do reflect that $10 million is owed to the government.
Madam Chair, just for point of clarity, as I said it, as exactly what the FS said, when I was referring to no debt, I was referring to no external debt owed to a bank or lending institution. But as the FS has said, that the government itself gave the Turtle Center an internal loan. Just for clarity.
And just through you.
Honourable Member of the Opposition.
Thank you, ma'am. I understood that is, and that's what I was questioning anyway. Thanks.
Mr. Kukurno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make sure that it's clear that we support the Turtle Center. We know that the Turtle Center is the anchor for tourism in the West Bay area, and hats off because you continue to make it that and build it. I'm just trying to get, and I understand what the government has done, which was the right thing to do. I'm just trying to understand, in the 2023, 2.5 million was what was budgeted to operate the center.
Is that your question, or? Okay, Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I invite my Chief Officer to opine on the question.
Chief Officer Bodden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the 22-23 budget years, Madam Chair, the government injected $2.5 million per year to the Cayman Turtle Center, bringing it to be $5 million for the 2 years. And there was an internal loan for $10 million for the total 2 years, $5 million per year. So in total, the funding per year was $7.5 million.
Mr. Cocarno? Looks like you still need further clarification.
I'll ask the minister at a sidebar. I think he can explain it, so I'll understand it. 2.5 million is 2023. I'm understanding that's what was needed for operations. The next year, you needed 2.5 million again for operations, and the other amount of money was for the pumping capital investment that you had to do. And then the same thing rolls over into the following year. Thank you.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote on EI 49, Cayman Turtle Conservation and Education Center, $8,355,000 for 2024 and $5,255,000 for 2025. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. EI 68, Ministry of Tourism and Ports, $150,000 for 2024 and 2025. Are there any questions? If not, can I put the vote on EI 68, Minister of Tourism and Ports, $150,000 for both 24 and 25. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. EI 82, Cayman Islands Airports Authority, $760,000 for 24, is 0 for 2025. I recognise the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister. Again, this appears to be a new appropriation. Can we have an explanation of the amount and what it will be used for?
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, this 750,000 is allocated to do the EIA for the Little Cayman Airport. For the environmental impact assessment.
Okay.
Not the airport itself.
Okay.
Are there any other questions?
No, ma'am, I don't have any more questions.
Can
you
I
can put the vote?
Can I put the vote on EI 82, Cayman Islands Airport Authority, $760,000 for 2024, and is 0 for 2025. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, no. Ayes have it. Executive assets, EA 159 Waterfront Tourism Experience, $1 million for 2024 and $1 million for 2025. Are there any questions? Mr. Cocarno.
Madam Speaker, I was just moving my mic, but I'll be happy to ask the minister if he could just give a quick explanation of this project.
Recognize Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, obviously the members of this House would recall that the government last year purchased, our last budget, purchased a property just north of the Lobster Pot site in an area known as Whitehall Bay. And the government announced its plans to create a restaurant entertainment style work experience program that would be owned and run by the government to ensure that once persons were trained at the Madam Chair, I would like, if you indulge me, to just quickly pause to say thank you to the members from Airports Authority, the Turtle Center, the any of the other ministries or departments or entities that have already surpassed, because I do respect that it's Christmas time and people want to get home to their families. Though it's just our last two votes, those members who are not to do with the waterfront or the Central Scranton Park, which is the rest of my team, I wouldn't mind if you would allow me to allow them to leave, except for DOT staff. So, carrying on, Madam Chair, the waterfront experience was planned is to develop a restaurant and entertainment location where Caymanians who have been trained in the industry, who sometimes are being told that yes, you have a certificate or an associate's degree in tourism, but you have no experience, that this location you can go through a various cycles of positions, whether it be from in the kitchen as a chef, to a dish cleaner, to a bartender, to a manager, to the outside facilities, maintenance. You would go through an opportunity to get an experience there, and then with your certification and your time actually at a running, functioning attraction and business, that you can then go back into the job market, or go into the job market where the tourism industry will not have an excuse to say to you as a Caymanian, you don't have the experience. So we were trying to close the hole or the loophole in respect to the areas where persons were given excuses for Caymanians. As a result, we are currently at the design stage for the waterfront experience. So this money will finish off the design that is currently being drafted for. Some of it has been paid for within the 2023. And the rest of this money will be able to start the project and get all the design plans and everything else going.
Mr. Cookernall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the reply and the answers for all the questions I asked you tonight. Thank you.
Can I then put the question to EA 159, Waterfront Tourism Experience, $1 million for 24 and $1 million for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. EA 164, Central Scranton Park, 1.2 million for 24 and the same amount for 2025. It's open for questions. If there are no questions, can I put the vote on EA 164, Central Scranton Park, 1.2 million for 24, 1.2 million for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. That concludes appropriations for the Minister of Tourism and Ports. We'll give the Minister an opportunity if he wishes to make a closing remark, and then we'll transition to Border Controls, Labour and Culture. And while we're doing that transition, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. And I want to thank all my colleagues for the questions. I want to thank all the different entity heads who came here tonight and answered any relevant questions. Much appreciated. I just want to wish you and your family Merry, Merry Christmas. And thank you for all your hard work. You continue to make Cayman proud. I do have one announcement that came in just recently, which I'm certain the whole country will be happy about. The Cayman Islands has just been awarded the Luxury Destination of the Year for 2024 Travel Awards. That's from your Caribbean Journal. So with that being said, I want to say a special thank you for my team in the Department of Tourism. You guys are the best in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just take a short 5-minute break for the team to transition to CBC. Can members return to the chamber, please? Finance Committee is resumed. We'll now turn to the appropriations for custom, border control, labour and culture. Page 19, an appropriation bill. HCA1, Policy Advice and Ministerial Services on Labour Market Management, New Government Initiative, Strategic Reforms and Border Control Matters, 5,488,326 for 2024, 5,428,611 for 2025. Are there any questions? Page 19. If there are no questions, I'll put the question. If there are no questions, I'll put the question. So, HCA1, Policy Advice and Ministerial Services on Labour Market Management, New Government Initiatives, Strategic reforms and border control matters, 5,488,326 for 2024 and 5,428,611 for 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. It's CA5, Border Control Services, 28,812,935 for 24, 29,219,242 for 2025. Are there any questions? Recognize Mr. Hugh.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Minister.
I think you may have said 219 instead of 218.
29,218,242 2025. Are there any questions? Thank you. Mr. Hugh, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. Is this, Madam Chair, the appropriate place to ask if this includes any increase in work permit fees?
I'm sure that might be the next vote down.
If not, I'll put the vote on HCA5, Border Control Services, 28,812,935 for 24 and 29,218,242 for 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. HC6, Labor Management and Residences Services, 19,971,455 for 24 and 20,070,841 for 25. Are there any questions? Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, can the minister say if this would, if these contemplate any increases in work permit fees?
Honorable Minister Seymour.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank the member for the question. Madam Chair, please allow me to invite my chief officer to make further comments.
Chief Officer Howell.
Good afternoon, good evening, Madam Chair. Wesley Howell, Chief Officer for the Ministry of Border Control, Labour and Culture, to be. Through you, Madam Chair, to the honourable member, the proposed budget does include some increases in fees, but they're administrative fees. So increasing the application fee from 100 to 150. There are no proposed increases to the actual grant fees for any of the work permits.
Mr. Hugh, did you have a further question? And just to remind members that the appropriations on page 19 are all costs to the government and not its revenue.
Okay. I did look to see if there was revenue at the bottom. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to thank the Chief Officer for his response.
If there are no further questions, I put HCA6, Labour Management and Residences Services, 19,971,455 for 24, 20,070,841 for 25. All those in favor, please say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. NGS 38, Services for Irregular Migrants, 668,000 for 24, and the same amount, 668,000 for 25. Are there any questions? Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, to the Minister. Can the Minister say if we have, do we have irregular migrants outside of the detention center? Are we housing them outside of the detention center?
Minister Seymour. or Chief Officer Howell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg your indulgence in asking Director Clifford to further comment.
Indulgence granted anytime. Mr. Clifford is always very informative to the committees.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Charles Clifford, Director of Customs and Border Control. Madam Chair, we have the following number of migrants at the following locations. The CBC Detention Center, we have a total of 18. The Bordentown Civic Center, 63. And just to note that at the Bordentown Civic Center, the migrants who are there are on conditional release, so they're not in detention. And then we have a further 6 migrants in alternate housing, rented accommodation.
Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Director. Are there still plans for a purpose-built facility for the migrants?
Mr. Clifford.
Madam Chair, the answer to that is yes. That project is being led by the ministry, so perhaps the Chief Officer may wish to comment on that, but there are plans. We have developed plans in consultation with a number of other partner agencies, such as the Public Works Department and the Cayman Islands, His Majesty's Cayman Islands Prison Service. So those plans are in place, and there is some limited funding in the 2024 CapEx budget.
Minister Hill, follow up.
Thank you. Out of curiosity, are we using any electronic monitoring on in the migrant program, and would that be a more cost-effective way than or would that help in the scope of the reducing the scope of the facility?
Mr. Clifford.
Madam Chair, thank you. The answer to the question is that we used to use electronic monitors on the migrants who are on conditional release. It became a legal issue, and as a result of legal advice from the Attorney General's chambers, we had to discontinue that practice.
Are there any more questions, Mr. Hill?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to thank the Director for his response, thorough responses. Thank you.
Mr. Cook, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Director. Mr. Clifford, I see where in 2023 the cost is projected to be 2.7 million. For 2024, we're down to 668 million. Now, I know it's difficult to predict what it's going to be.
Thousand.
Pardon?
668,000. You said million.
668,000. Yes, ma'am. So I was happy with the million. Your thoughts on this amount, sir? Because it just seems to be hopelessly underfunded.
Mr. Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as the Leader of the Opposition has acknowledged, this is always a difficult item to budget for because there are so many uncertainties. Some years we have a large number of migrants, other years they're much smaller numbers. But we have had, as members will be aware, a number of legislative reforms that came into effect at the end of December 2022. Which allows the Director of CBC to certify applications that really have no basis, that are essentially hopeless in terms of succeeding, to certify those applications and move fairly rapidly to the repatriation process. So we think that that is a clear deterrent. We've been able to return migrants faster than we had in the past. But, Madam Chair, I would just caution that the economic conditions in Cuba are continuing to deteriorate, And based on the intelligence that we have coming out of Cuba, we don't expect that the situation is going to improve anytime soon. In fact, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. So how long the legislative reforms that were implemented at the end of 2022 will have a positive impact remains to be seen. And we are also now concerned about migrants from other countries such as Haiti as a result of certain policy decisions that's been put in place in Jamaica as an example. We may see a change in migration patterns with migrants from Haiti. So there are things that we're concerned about, that we're trying our best to prepare for, but there are a lot of uncertainties with migrants, and we do the best that we can with the available funding that we have, and there will be years that we will have to return to Finance Committee for supplementary funding because of those uncertainties.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Director. Mr. Director, despite it with the the legislative changes that took place that came into effect at the end of last year, still 2.7 million for the year. How much do you think, if you're able to guess or estimate, how much of an effect have those legislative changes made in terms of the overall cost here and our ability to get migrants returned back home as quickly as possible?
Mr. Clifford.
Madam Chair, I just point out that at the height of the crisis, we had some 433 migrants. And post the legislative reforms coming into effect, I don't have the specific number here, but the number of arrivals since those reforms came into effect are significantly less. So it's clearly had an impact. We just don't know at this stage how much longer that impact will hold. We're hoping that it will. But as I said, the conditions in Cuba are not improving. Cuba is an island with 12 million people that's almost 800 miles long. So it's a serious problem, not just for Cayman, but other countries in the region, certainly Central America and ultimately the United States, continue to have challenges with Cuban migrants.
Are there any further questions? If not, shall I put the question in GS 38? Services for irregular migrants, 668,000 for 2024 and 668,000 for 2025. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Transfer payments, TP 46, poor relief for refugees. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, can I put the question to TP 46, poor relief for refugees, 128,000 for 24, 128,000 for 2025. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. TP 119, Community Development Initiatives, 350,000 for 2024, 350,000 for 2025. Are there any questions? Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister or the Chief Officer. Can you explain to us briefly how these funds are utilized? What sort of development, community development initiatives are taking place?
Minister, Honourable Minister Seymour, or Chief Officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, I just arrived back here as Minister for the second time for the year, and this is actually quite a new vote, and obviously, this is more on the culture side, and we'll be putting a lot of culture initiatives together and programs and music and narratives in terms of the thing about I'm being careful because I don't want to delve into Minister Rankin's area of heritage, and there's been a split, obviously quite a sensitive split, and there are going to be a bit of overlaps, and I guess we will have to work together as two ministers closely intertwined, but I can just tell you this: there are going to be a lot of cultural programs in terms of trying to bring our cultural identity back. There's a lot of areas we could discuss, and in terms of music, for one, many other countries have their own sound. You know what a Trinidadian music sound is. You know what a Afrobeat is. You know what a Bahamian style song is, John Canoe or otherwise. Cayman really hasn't identified. We have started in some regards with Swanky and the others, but we need to have a defined beat. That's one of the areas. There's many other things that we want to do with this vote in terms of initiatives and bringing in persons, trying to help. In terms of the carnival, there's thousands of dollars being spent every year in carnival groups. There's thousands of dollars being spent every year in carnival groups, sending monies overseas to Trinidad or Canada or other places for costumes to be made. And there's no one that, well, I can't say there's no one. I think Miss Reba Dilbert builds costumes also. But I guess it's the workload is too much just for her. And there's an effort for us to try to teach persons, which should have been done a long time ago, the craft of feathering and so forth, which is quite technical. Something as simple as trying to elevate our carnival to other carnivals around the world, like stilt walking, and I also see it in terms of us trying to improve our products at our craft markets and so forth. There was an effort to bring someone in here to teach persons who wanted to learn the craft and trying to make crafts and other stuff to try to help create entrepreneurs. There's a myriad of areas that we plan to get into. We might even need more funding, but putting that out there. But we well, yeah.
Are there any other?
If they want more, I can give more, but
Are there any other questions? Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Just to thank the Minister for his explanation, an elucidation, Madam Chair. I specifically asked it, and one of my next questions is going to be, because I saw nothing in here that alerted me to the fact there was anything for culture. And so I appreciate the explanation that there is some money there for culture. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I then put the question on TP 119? Community Development Initiatives, $350,000 for 2024 and $350,000 for 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Other executive expenses, OE 57, executive bank charges, $7,000 for 24 and $7,000 for 25. Thank you, Leader of Opposition. OE 115, Regional Security Initiatives, 86,000 for both 24 and 25. All those in favor of OE 57 and OE 115, for those amounts, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Equity Investment, EI 11, Ministry of Border Control, Labour and Culture, 5,834,361 for 2024, 4,544,600 for 2025. It's found on page 160. Are there any questions? Can I put the question for EI 11, Ministry of Border Control, Labour and Culture, 5,834,361 for 2024, 4,544,600 for 2025. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. That concludes the appropriations to the Minister of Border Control, Labour and Culture.
Madam Chair.
I recognize Honourable Minister Seymour.
I thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank all members for their support, and some who gave support before their support were needed. Laugh about it, no, but I want to thank Chief Officer Wesley Howell and CFO Vinton Chinsey, put in a lot of work to making this happen in such a short time. I want to thank CBC Director Charles Clifford, Director Designate Mr. Bruce Smith, Deputy Director Mr. Kevin Walton, CFO Ms. Camille Johnson, Head of Finance Mr. Toywell, and Work Director Mr. Jeremy Scott, and Deputy Director Mr. Sean Parado, and DLP Director Mr. Bernard Ebanks, and Deputy Director Mr. Mervyn Manderson, and Ms. Alison Lovingood. Hope I didn't miss anyone. But I think it's most important that as I said last night, I think it was a third of the country's budget is generated by these people in the room. They run that show, and I think that they ought to be applauded for the marvelous work that they do. It's all Caymanianship, and I thank you all, and to you and your families, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Minister Seymour. By way of housekeeping, the lineup for tomorrow, honourable members, we'll have Youth Sports Heritage coming on first, followed by Health and Wellness, then Home Affairs, Financial Services and Commerce, followed by Investment, Innovation and Social Development. And depending on how we progress, we'll decide whether we can take the portfolio of civil service or not. We'll aim to go to 10 o'clock unless the stamina is better, but we wish to try to get through Friday, if not latest Monday, without curtailing the rights of anyone. We will reassume Finance Committee at 9 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. Thank you for your contributions and cooperation.